All right. I think I am live. Hello, hello, Zen friends. Happy Sunday to you. Is it Sunday already? Oh my goodness. Hope you guys had a great weekend. And those of you on the other side of the planet, happy Monday morning to you. Hope you're doing well. And as always, we're excited to see what messages come through this day. So before we get into all that, though, if you want to join me, taking a big deep breath in, holding it for as long as you feel comfortable. And the important thing is a slow exhale out. That just helps us return to this moment. We step out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more beautiful energy. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much. It's so calming. All right. And then we will bring in the singing bowl here to help bring in some beautiful love energy. We'll hit it 3 times. And as we do that, you can just imagine either a big waterfall of love flowing down, filling us up through our brains to change all of our stories to higher vibration, our thoughts, going into our hearts and all of our emotions throughout our bodies, into all the cells in our blood and our bones and our all the organs, all that works together, just our entire physical body, and then our spiritual body too, and through our chakras and to the meridians that run through our body, energetic meridians, those that flow out into our auras. Then once we're filled up like a giant singing bowl, then it flows out to the outside world to allow it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And of course, we always talk about what's the one big thing we can do that's super, super quick that helps us immediately begin to raise our vibration is that's right, gratitude. You knew it. Those of you that follow me know we do talk about gratitude all the time, and gratitude is so easy and amazing when we sincerely just think of one little thing. Immediately begins to raise our vibration, allows us to receive more of what we're grateful for, puts us into this wonderful, wonderful, I don't know, it's just a beautiful alignment where things just flow to us. We hear messages from spirit. We things just flow easily to us and effortlessly, which is good, right? All right. So that's what we're gonna do. I'll hit it 3 times. So remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. She's just gonna sing all night. We're just gonna let her sing. Could be a little singing bowl concert. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. We'll put her back there, let her watch over us. So, hey, everybody. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well and enjoying this wonderful new moon in Aries energy. My goodness, it is flooding wonderful energies. So I'm excited to see what comes through with all that energy. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hello, hello. I'm your brother Z. We're here to spill the tea. So thank you for being here. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor, which I'm so grateful for. The combo of those two is amazing, right? You can have a huge heart, but if you don't have a sense of humor, what's the point? That's my belief anyway. That's why I have my undiagnosed, but it says, but something ain't right. It says that at the bottom. So it's all about humor and enjoying the moments as much as we can, right? So welcome. There's plenty of room for more Zen friends. We try to have a wonderful space of high vibration, love, and joy. So thank you so much for being here. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down there in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority, and um, it tells you all about how to do all that down there. Most of you already know. So if you have any questions, just speak up and we'll answer your questions. Don't Like I said, donations do get priority, so we'll go to those first. And at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I do try to get to free readings every session. So eventually we do, even sometimes when I go 4 or 5, 6. I think my record is a little over 7 hours. That's a long time, right? But when it flies by, when it's with spirit. So obviously, if we are able to do that, we know it's not human, which is amazing. Um, what else? What else? I think that was all I was going to say about that. Welcome, happy Taurus season. So happy birthday, all you Taurus babies. Today's the first day of Taurus season. So do you feel the grounding? Do you feel the grounding? We're really welcoming that grounding with all this fire energy, right? So we got a lot coming in, right? So this is beautiful energy. So happy birthday, you Taurus sun babies. I do offer private personal readings and energetic hedges. All that information's down in the description area. The link to find out all that. Um, and every new moon and full moon, I do have a giveaway where I give away a 30-minute personal private recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So we had a winner this last Friday was Christina Lowe. So congratulations, Christina. I think you have a question here today. So I'll make sure to mention that again when we do your reading today. But if you want to get into the May 1st Scorpio full moon, boom, 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 there's the link to get into that drawing. And also around every new moon and full moon, I do put out a video talking about how to make the most of the either new moon energy or full moon energy. We're still close enough to this powerful, huge Aries new moon. You can still use this wishes and intentions for that. I also have a separate little video that talks about the basics of making the most of new moon energy. I also have one for full moon. But all those are on the playlist and also always listed down in the description area of the video too. If you ever want to find them and go look at them and prepare for your new moon wishes and intentions. What else? What else? Oh, yeah, The Easier Path. I have a podcast called The Easier Path every 2 weeks ish. This one was a few days late because I just was slacking and nurturing myself, and I'm so glad for my growth. That wouldn't have been acceptable a year ago. I was very hard on myself, but now it's like I'm gonna rest, and it's better if I rest because then it just sounds pushed, right? So this one that just came out yesterday is the Empath's Heart Song, all about being an empath and some reasons why you have expanded empathic abilities, how we can do to balance that and help not take on everyone's emotions and be overwhelmed by it. So check that out. I'm starting to work on Adventure 16, which is about how to grow your empathic abilities. So I'm excited about that. That'll be the next one out in a couple weeks. So, and if you want to catch up on any of the past podcasts, adventure episodes, they're all down in the description, or the link to the playlist is down in the description area, and all of my playlists are on my main channel at the top. So if you click on my name, it'll take you to the main page, and the playlists are up there on the channel page. So blah blah blah. All right, so that's the main stuff, the main skinny. Um, and today we're going to continue. This will probably be the last day I'll use these. I get tired of using the same cards, so I like changing them up. I have plenty of decks, so we're going to continue to use the Wizard of Oz and the Wicked Tarot tonight. They're combined into one huge deck and split out into three little piles. Well, they're not little, they're three piles, a third of the deck each. So we'll intermittently use those. If you make a donation of $5 or more, or if you have multiple donations that add up to $5 or more, one of your fortune cookies will be from the Shaman's Dream. And then for all others, you'll have fortune cookie will be this littler one, which is the Wisdom Within deck. Look at the gold. Woo, woo. So that's what we'll be using this evening. So let's do some shout outs here, and I'll make sure we've got everyone on the list, and then we'll dive in. So thank you guys again so much for being here. We got Livier Vagara. I'll start at the bottom and work my way up. So hello, you love those decks? I know they're my newer ones. I'm in this Wizard of Oz Wicked energy. Recently, I've been having a ton of readings that bring up the Yellow Brick Road, and it didn't even dawn on me that the story of the Wizard of Oz, the Scarecrow is our mental thoughts, and the Tin Man was looking for their heart, and the Lion was courage, which is Wan's energy, fire energy. It's the three suits of our inner children, our mental inner child, emotional inner child, and our energetic, physical child. So it was really interesting how those come out. Anyway, I'll move on. So we got Blueberry in the house too. Hello, Blueberry. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. There we go. So we got you on there. And we have Rose Crump. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here as well. And we got Lauren Olai in the house. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. I did get your donation via the Cash app. So we'll get you up here on the list. Right? The fortune cookie. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. And Marissa, hello, hello. Good to see you. I do have your donation as well, I believe. Yes. So we've got yours via PayPal, and you're on the list here as well. You're very welcome for the reading last night. All right. Okay, let me continue up here. I'll know where I left off there, and I'll continue up the chat here. All right, so we did those, and then Livier, here's your, whoops, didn't want to push that button. Did you guys see a bright light come over here off my other screen? I'm like, whoa, didn't want to hit that. All right, so I got you on the list there. Oh my gosh. If you can't tell, the windows are open in the basement, the rest of it. I have mine right here closed, but there was a motorcycle just went down the street. Whooshoo! All right. All right there. And then Lauren, here are your questions. Let me get those on here. They're easier to do it that way. So I'll put them over here. All right. Oh, I was like, is there only two? Nope, there's a third one on this other one. I'll get it. I'll get it one of these days. All right. So we've got that. Boom, boom, boom. We got Eagle. Hello, Eagle. Good to see you. Get you on the free list here as well. we got that, we got that. We got, Bonita. Hey, Bonita, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We have you on the list here for the free readings. Boom, boom. Right. Okay, and Leslie, there is a, fee for changing your original question. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for, uh, have a good sense of humor. So I did switch that out. So thank you, Ascended Universal Butterfly, too, for all your wonderful assistance. I'm so grateful for that. So I did catch that. Thank you. And we have Debbie. Debbie in the house. Love and light to you too. If you're still hanging out, and even if you're not hanging out, I'm still sending it to you. But hey, if you're here, and let's see here. Make sure I've got everyone else here. Yep, I think I do. So we've got your free reading request on here, Butterfly. So I've got yours on there. And we have Cat Mia. So Cat Mia, hello, hello. We got you on the free list. We have Christina Lowe. Hello, if you're here, Christina. I'll mention again that you were the winner of the New Moon giveaway. So I'll mention that again in case you're not here right now. But I get you on the free list. We got Lotus of Serendipity. We got you on the list here. And I think those are the main ones here. We have Sudeshna. I got your 2 donations. So you're on the list there. We have Maria P. I got your 2. Yeah, your 2 donations and your free, reading request as well, and Miniheel, we have you on the list here for the free reading. So hello, everybody, and of course, Leslie, thank you for your donation. You'll be up first, and I did update the question, so we are good there. Thank you for laughing, Leslie. All right, so I think I have everyone here on the list, so let me just update my emails, make sure they're all active here. It says it spins and goes round and round. All right, nope, it says you're all done. All right, good. So, who will start up with? So we have Leslie up first for donations, then 2 for Maria P, then 2 for Sadeshna, and then Marissa, and then Lauren of Light is what I'm showing right now. So that is where we're at. That's where we'll get started. As soon as we do a little cheers, I like to start off with a little cheers to everybody. Let you know I love you. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It helps spread the Zen love and it shows my channel and me some love. And I'm so grateful for that. You're part of the love tsunami, spreading the Zen love, putting my videos and my streams out in front of more people and doing that. So thank you guys so much. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Ah, yum, yum, yum. All right. So, Marissa, I just did the list. You might be catching up on the stream, but just in case, it's Leslie, 2 for Maria P, 2 for Sadeshna, and then you. So you're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're like, was that 6? 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how to count. You're 6th. All right. So boom, boom, boom. All right. So let's get the party started, everybody. Thank you for being here. I got 1928 is Leslie for your timestamp here. And let's give yours a love and a like there. Perfect. Let's see. I feel like we're going to draw into the middle deck here. And today is Chris in Heaven's birthday. A message from him, please. Absolutely. Let's see what Chris wants to bring through here for you. I don't know why they're going, hey. Hey, Chris. He's like doing a really dramatic hello, like a hey. That's what he showed me in my head. So funny, funny, funny. Ha 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 ha. All right. Let me just scooch these out here. We'll see what message they have coming in. Like this 3 of wands on the bottom, but I don't feel like we're using the energy of the card itself as much as the picture. You know, this is like celebrating, like I was just talking about, all the wonderful people you meet along the road. And it's like I'll never I'll never forget you. I know I'll never be forgotten because I'm part of your story. I'm an important part of your story as you were an important part of mine. And even though with the 3 of brooms, the 3 of wands, it kind of went a different direction than we thought it was going to go. It's still an adventure, right? So, um, I like that. And of course, with this always being a part of your story, it's even though I've gone back to Kansas and you're still in Oz, it's less ways comparing it, um, that I'm always with you. The moment I left my physical body, I was next to every single one of my loved ones, right? And I don't have to share or split myself up. I can be everywhere all at once. I could be everywhere. And I am everywhere all at once, but I can make my presence known, wherever I want at any time, and they are with you. So, um, I think it's their fun way of saying, "I don't miss you because 'cause I'm always with you." But he goes, "I get it that my physical body's not there, and that's what you miss having me, like, in your face." So that's funny. I like that. What else does he have? He has the King of Spears, so this lion energy, um, courage, 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 which is interesting because the King of Spears is the King of Swords in this deck, which has nothing to do with, um well, I guess it could have thoughts and beliefs and our fear. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. They're like, well, your fears do come through your mind. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Thank you. So I understand now why maybe that's why they use the lion for courage for the suit of air. And you are the storyteller, the master storyteller with the King of Spears. And they're like, you can change whatever story you want. Whatever happens in the outside world just is. And but you are the one that puts the story to everything, and you get to switch the story and edit the story, and alter it, or close a chapter, or close a book and start a new book. You don't even have to rewrite stuff. Just go, that one's done. Let me start a new story. So I like this, that there's this new adventure kind of energy. You also have the 4 of brooms, the 4 of wands. Again, all of them together. Look at that. All 3 of these have the lion on it. So there's something about, was he a Leo? Because there's lion, lion, lion. But this is all about joy, celebration, gathering, and with these 2 cards coming out together, I feel like you can write a new story of joy, and I feel like that's important, write a new story of joy. Let's see what else is here. These 2 cards came out together. You have Temperance, which temperance is about, being able to turn anything into a golden opportunity. And that even if it feels like things aren't moving and changing in your life, they're like, boy, have things changed, since I went to the other side, you know, of course, now they know every thought, every emotion you ever had and will have, all the possibilities that, that they've got this, um, um, you know, um, connection. And oh yeah, that's right. Today's his birthday. So he's a Taurus on the cusp of an Aries, one of the two, right? So that makes sense. Maybe he's got some Leo in his chart because he has something about this lion and courage energy. And then you have the 8 of brooms underneath the temperance, and I like this. I feel like, they're saying here with temperance too, it's things feel like they go slow for a long time, but then suddenly they turn to gold. And I feel like they're saying just have a little more patience with progress and how something that you're wanting to get to. They're like, enjoy the journey because before you know it, boom, it'll be there. And then what's next kind of energy, that comes in with it. So I like that. Let's see what else we've got. You got the 5 of yellow bricks, 5 of swords. So there is a little bit of conflict here. I feel like this isn't about external conflict as much as it is about conflict between your head and your heart. Underneath that, you do have the Lover's card. So, there is this energy of like, of course, the kindred spirits, and this, um I don't know why he says, "You still have Toto," you know? "You may not have me, but you got Toto." So whoever that is, is it your dog? But I feel like at least you still have them. And he's kind of making a joke about it. I don't know what that has uh, to do with, but, and it might not even be a like you have a dog, it might be like a friend who's a smaller version of them because it's like they're the lion and well, here's here's here, this will comfort you, this is your I gave you an emotional support person or animal in your life. So to help you with your conflict since I'm not there, right? Oh, you're still looking for a dog. So okay, well that's way they're bringing your emotional support animal then. So there is something about them. They'll bring it to you, and they'll bring you a special one. I like that. Yep, because they have the 10 of swords on the bottom. Just let go of expectations, know that the perfect dog and the perfect timing and the perfect way will come towards you. I like that. And you have the 3 of yellow bricks. Yeah, the 3 of swords. Because when this is the expectations equal disappointment. It's like just kind of that temperance energy too. It's go with the flow. The perfect one is on its way. They're worth the wait, and I feel like they're a part of that. Bringing you your companion along the way there. So they are involved in the helping bring that to fulfillment, and I like that. I like that there's going to be something about the animal that you know uh, has to do with them in some way. I don't even know if they're going to be like if they're being born today, like the puppy's being born today, or it was born on this day. So, you know, I I like that. Um, I I mean, all of your loved ones are around you. They're all surrounding you 24/7, and he's kind of going, "Yeah, we're all here. We're all surrounding you." So, and he's different up there than it is down here. Up there we're all a collective. It's like to say that, you know, a drop when it drops from the sky into the ocean becomes a part of the ocean, and they're all aware of each other, they're all next to each other. You don't know where one drop stops existing in the next drop. It's all the sea together. Even though altogether we're all a collective sea over there, we still keep our personality and our essence, but we're a collective. And he's like, yeah, but they're all surrounding you. They're all really energized and around you. Anyone that's on the other side, they're all by you until you go to the other side, and then they don't need to hang around that energy because we all just kind of go wherever we want to go together. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see what else they have here for you. Oh, I love that. So it is I am love, I have love, I deserve love. And so that's their message to you that you are loved and you deserve love. So you're actually made of love. So beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, Leslie. Thank you again for your donation. And a little happy birthday cheers to Chris. Cheers, cheers. I'm not going to pour any out. I love coffee. How like we pour one out for the homie. All righty. Let's see. All right, we had a couple more people come in. Let me grab those real quick and we'll continue on. You're very welcome, Leslie. Good to see you. All right. So we have your at Carmel Damon. Hey, Carmel. Good to see you. I got you added here to the free list. And Little Pink Pearl. Hello, hello. Greetings to you. I got you on the free list here as well. All right. I think we are good there. So we will continue on. So up next, we got 2 for Maria P. So your first one here, Maria, is here. Boom, boom. So thank you. We'll get into that down here. There we are. So thank you for your dual donations via Z PayPal. Shuffle these up. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right. We got that and that. And then after you blocking him and you guys talking it through, what were his feelings and thoughts? And he said he took his son, but not her. His thoughts on you asking. Any dark side update? What's coming for you tomorrow at work? That's right, it's Monday. How will it go for you in the interview based on current energies? All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. You got the King of Bricks, which is the King of Pentacles, really looking for that solidity. Again, focused in on wanting this solid financial and kind of there's more to it this time though. It's more, I want a solid financial, foundation, but I also want a solid foundation, um, before I make a leap, and we've talked about that. Let's see what these emotions are. Yeah. Oh my God. So the King of Coins, which is the King of Pentacles. So King of Pentacles twice is where their thoughts and feelings are you today. And we talked about this before. This is what Spirit's bringing back, that, one of the things that keeps them from moving fast is their big fear of being rejected, being left behind, being left out in the cold, right? So, when you block him, when you reject, when you abandon him, then that just reinforces them going, "Oh, I don't know if it's safe to just make this leap out there. I don't need to rush if I'm not sure you're gonna stick around," right? So there is this need for that security, and that kind of is where their motivation subconsciously or consciously, they're just like, "I need to feel more secure that you're not gonna just leave," and then which is kind of a catch-22, right? Because you're like, if you would move out and you would, do the big huge separation of all your assets and you change locations and everything, that would help me with my fears of fearing you're going to end up being back with your ex, versus, but there your insecurity that makes you run away is what triggers them to be fearful to leave the situation, right? So it's like this catch 22. So let's see here, after you blocked him and then talked it through. Yeah, he has the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles. Yeah, this need, again, reiterating what I've just said, this need for security. All this coins, all the pentacles is, I need a solid sense of worth and independence. And so I feel like it's changed to, instead of moving out and doing all this for you, it's like he has to go back to, I need to do this for me. Whether you're going to be with me or not, I need to do this for me. So I feel like there's this realization that he's coming in, that I do want to do this, separation, and to have my space regardless. But I feel like the speed of which it is kind of, different. So that is what they have for that. He said he took his son and not her. His thoughts on you asking. The Page of Coins, Page of Pentacles. There is this, I feel like this, uh, the Page of Coins is the message of like finding yourself of worth, like your self worth. And I feel like their thoughts are, this is an insecurity that you, is your area to work on, just like their area. They know what theirs is about, the fear of abandonment and being left behind. But they're like, this is your insecurity, and you need to, not not that you need to, but they understand that this is where it comes from. Eventually, it'll come to a point where it really starts impacting your relationship. Where if you don't do something about it, then it's gonna end up being the source of conflict. And after a while, enough conflict, both of you will get sick of fighting about it. Because once because it's not gonna stop once they move out of that, the house. Once they do the physical complete separation and there's you know, no physical there, you'll always wonder, well, are someone at work flirting with them? Are they flirting with someone else? Are they doing that? When they act this way, are they doing that? Because it's always gonna be there. Trust me, I know. I had a big mistrust issue, and my third relationship, they said, you need to go get that taken care of or this ain't gonna work out, because I would question, "Why do you have 2, why are there 2 cups in your sink? Was someone over here?" And they're like, "What?" "No, I had juice and it was still all gross in there and I wanted water, and so I just got another glass." "What? You're weird." And then I'm like, "Why are there 2 towels in your bathroom?" And they were like, it was like accusations, right? And and if they haven't done anything to make us mistrust them, our mistrust comes from earlier in our life and we're projecting it on. So that can be a big issue later. So something to consider. Updates on the dark side. Yeah, got the Queen of Cups. So there's a big emotional. I feel like this is they're saying here the Queen of Cups is you owning your emotions, and they kinda combine these together. I kind of started channeling the next reading here because this Queen of Cups is about you mastering your emotions, getting to the depth of your emotion. What's down there? Because the mistrust isn't about Wally, it's a ripple of something happened earlier in your life where mistrust has just been echoed from that moment. And you got to go back and transform that emotion, or it'll keep getting louder and louder. And it won't stop with Wally. If you end up, get out of here, in the next person, you'll have the same mistrust. You'll keep repeating it because the mirrors are there to show you what you want to see about yourself. And that's where the insecurity is coming. That's why you're seeing it reflected, right? So what's coming for you tomorrow at work? You got the star. Dun dun dun. I like it. It's a beautiful energy. It's a balanced energy. Excuse me. It's a balanced energy. Um, it's Aquarius energy, which is compartmentalizing emotions, but it's a dream come true kind of energy. And that's really good with your how's it gonna go in your interview. You got the 3 of brooms, the 3 of wands, and it's a good energy because the 3 of wands is about you. And well, it's more so an energy of, like, the interview goes differently than you were thinking it was gonna go, and I feel like it's in a good way. Like, you thought, "Oh, it's gonna be this, and this," and it's a conversation, right? They're talking about stuff, not, "Alright, this is a test, Maria, you better pass it." I feel like, because 'cause you're going to the next level, they're just gonna be asking specific things, and it's not gonna be what you think it is, but it feels positive with that star card. So, because otherwise, if it was not going to go well, you wouldn't have that such a positive hope card. Um, that's what the star card is too, is a card of hope. So, you leave your workaday Monday full of hope. So, it feels good. All right. So that is for that one. Let's give you your fortune cookie for this one here. There we go. And yours is unconditional love. Would you love them if they didn't love you anymore? So that's the difference between unconditional love and conditional transactional love, right? So do you love them even if they didn't love you anymore? Would you still love them? Not, and this isn't saying that they don't or they won't. It's just a good energy check to understand that. So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for the first one there. Let me take a quick sip here to get rid of this frog here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. So I got all the basement windows open. So we have some wonderful, probably some tree pollen coming in, but I want the fresh air. What are you going to do? All right. So let's see here. What is this here? Sinkadoo. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the free reading list here. We're completing donations. They get first priority. And then I do have quite a list of free readings. We will get to you sometime today. I do post a pinned comment after we are done with every session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So it's going to be a while before we get to you if you need to go do something. If you want to hang out, please do. I learn a lot through all the readings. So, please feel free to hang out and with all of the Zen friends here. But if you need to go and come back later, after the stream is done, I do post the pinned comment. You can find your name, click on it. It takes you right to your reading too. So that's good just to let everyone know. All right. So Maria, we're coming in here for number 2. We got 4142 for number 2. There's your time stamp. All right. And we got your other PayPal open here. So will your relationship with Wally continue based on current energies? Anything that he would like for you to work on? A message from Wally. Whoa. He's like, here's the deck. All right. Got those. Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. Dr. Laura. Dr. David. And how many people will they be interviewing you with Dr. Bob? Okay. And a message from Spirit. All right. So your relationship with Wally, will it continue? Yep, you got the Hierophant. Some things need to change for it to continue with the number 5, the Hierophant. There's conflict that needs to be resolved, right? And we've talked about those. I feel like we talked about that in the first reading. So this is got to work through those things that we talked about. Anything that he would like for you to work on? So we've got the Judgment card and the Ace of Swords. I feel like one of the things here is, outside of what we talked about in your first reading, this is about your calling to know what you want in your life and to get clarity about what you want and what you don't want, uh, both in work and relationship and whatever. Because I feel like there might be this sense of kind of wavering, going back and forth and back and forth. And I feel like he would say, I would like you to, you know, like that's the thing that he would recommend is to gain clarity around what you want out of life right now. Not for your forever in life, right? But, for now, like in the near future, what are you wanting in life? Because he feels like you're kind of wavering in and going back and forth kind of energy. A message from Wally, you have the 8 of Spears and the Sun card. Yep, the 8 of Spears is the 8 of Swords. This is about, letting go of your mindsets, these stories, these beliefs that blind you and bind you, make you feel restricted and small. And the Sun card is about shine bright. And there is a message here of like letting go of those old mindsets, right? These expectations. Focus on what you do have, celebrate, look at the sun, brightness, and not the what's not happening. Because, and we talk about that all the time. So, it's not the first time you've heard that message, right? Of, because when if they're focusing on everything that you're not doing right and they're telling you and, doing this, you wouldn't be excited, out of joy, want to do more. Out of fear, you might try to do it, but um, it's about celebrating who someone is and not focusing on who someone isn't. If you want to grow a relationship, that's how we do it. Focusing on what someone's not doing is just going to be a downward spiral, and that's how expectations work. It's lack energy. It brings us more lack, right? Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. Got the Two of Brooms, the Two of Wands. So I like this. There is this, you know, I feel like you're in the running here, because they're kind of weighing things out. So they're thinking about, the positives, what they would like, what they feel your strengths are, any concerns they have over setting you up for failure, or anything that they feel would impact you doing the job. I feel like they're just kind of weighing those out. Feels positive here with the wands energy. Excuse me. Dr. Laura has the seven of coins. Yep. Again, there's this patience kind of energy coming in here. Um, I don't know. I feel like there's this wait and see energy. They're going to wait and see what unfolds here. So I feel like they haven't gone, "You're the one," yet, because 'cause they're waiting for the second interviews here, um, is where a lot of their focus is on right now, and Doctor David has the 6 of Cups. 6 of Cups energy here, which, again, this balanced energy with 3 cups on either side. They're kinda weighing it out too. So there is this energy, I don't feel like there's blocks to things. They're not like it hasn't been decided, um, but it's kind of like in the running. You wanted to know you didn't want to ask how many people were interviewing. You want to know how many people were interviewing you with Dr. Bob. You got the 6 of brooms. It's a victory energy, a balanced energy. So I feel like there's two, just because there's one on each side. Because at first I thought 3 on each side, they're not like, no, it's balanced. 2 on each side. 3 would make it out of balance. So they're like, there's 2. I feel like there's just, um, Dr. Bob and one other person. Yeah. And then a message from spirit. You have the moon. And this is beautiful emotion energy, you know, the but it's bringing in the phases of the moon, and they're like, um because this is a message about trying to get to the next phase. Like, okay, I need to get to this new moon. All right, okay, I got to the new moon. Now here's the next full moon. And then here's a new moon. They're like, it always is. Your adventure never ends. And I like that kind of awareness, because it's sometimes we get so about, I need this to happen. Well, when you get there, there's just something else. You're always going to be wanting something else. Oh, thank you, Spirit. Um, I was gonna read this at the beginning, and now they want me to read this now. I was gonna read a little excerpt from here. So this is for everybody, if whoever's listening right now. Um, and I was reading this earlier, and this so fits with what we're talking about, because it says there's no minimum quantity when it comes to appreciation. There's also no maximum when it comes to how much we can take for granted. Happiness is a mindset, and the mind is set by what we choose to focus on. Are we thankful for what or whom we have, or tortured by what or whom we don't? Because when we look at it this way, happiness is no longer acquired or achieved, but instead it's realized and chosen. People will often bear hug their misery, sabotaging opportunities for appreciation and happiness for the simple fact that those feelings are familiar and comfortable. If we feel like we're constantly collecting and acquiring to fulfill a hunger for happiness, then maybe we're going about this the wrong way. The happiest people are the ones who have that magic amount of enough in their life, enough as defined by them, not by the outside world. It says, no one holds the key to your happiness but you. I know it can seem sometimes like others have the ability to make us feel amazing or dreadful, but even in those instances, there are levels of permission only we can grant, about, you know, Someone's making us feel amazing, that's because we're allowing them to. Someone's making us feel dreadful, it's because we're allowing them to, because we're choosing it. Says the world doesn't get to determine what makes you smile. If everyone wants to line up for the new iPhone, but you want to run barefoot through the grass with your niece, you can. We sometimes take the path that seems to be the right path for us simply because we see so many others doing the same. When we walk that path and don't feel the happiness that was advertised to us, we can find ourselves faking it or digging ourselves in even deeper. The reality is, if we're not happy with what we have, we won't be happy with what we get. That's the phrase that they were going to say. You know, if I'm not happy with what I have now, I won't be happy with what I get in the future. The grass will always seem greener on the other side because what we really see is a reflection of our envy. It says unhappiness exists when we forget the things we have to appreciate and focus on the things we don't have, or focus on how our realities don't match our fantasies. Fantasies don't end after a certain tax bracket. We always want more. Isn't that powerful? So I thought I'd share that with all of us, but it was so fitting with what they were having come in. So, and then your fortune cookie is what are some actions you can take to move this stagnant energy? What are some actions you can take to move this stagnant energy? All right. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. All right. Hey, Jojo. Did you cause mayhem at the kitchen today? I don't need cards to answer that. Yes. No, I'll put you on the free reading list here and we'll find out. You're so funny. Good to see you, Jojo. All right. So we are here. Let's see. So where we're at in the donations, I got 2 for Sudeshna, and then Marissa will be up after that, and then Lauren Olight, I think is just where we're at. Yep. All right. So Sudeshna, you're at 5302 for number 1. Here's your timestamp, and let's give yours loves and likes here. There we go. All right, let's take a quick sip and we'll dive in. Let's see, we're going to start in this middle one. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. I like this. What is the next significant event in your life and what will happen? So this will be the next significant event from your perspective, because from Spirit's perspective, they're like every moment is significant, right? It's like it's like a movie. They don't put scenes in just for the heck of it. There's always a reason because it costs money, right? So every scene that's in there, because they have a certain amount of time, is specific, happening for a reason. So I like that. But for you, what's the next significant event that you would see? And what will happen? All right. All right, let's see what we got here. So you have the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands. So there is this, the underlying energy is something that puts it's like your passions. It's something that gets you moving. It's something that definitely brings in a lot of happiness because the other card that makes itself known in your actual reading cards is the Page of Flowers, the Page of Cups, which is joy and happiness. We'll see what these other cards to see what area of this life that comes in here. So you have the Two of Cans, Two of Cups, yeah. So I feel like the next significant one for you is meeting someone. There's a significant relationship that comes in here, that Page of Flowers. I like it. You have the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles. So there is these 3 cards came out together. So this is a new birth, feeling of harvest. It's emotional because the Queen of Cups, the Queen of Pentacles, Queen of Coins has cups behind the scenes. And this is an abundant field too in the physical world, sensuality. So it's emotion and physical kind of connection with someone. And you have the 5 of yellow bricks, which is the 5 of swords. It's the battle between the head and the heart here. And I feel like it's significant because it's so different. When our head is going, the person is supposed to be this, should be this, needs to be this is how we're supposed to meet and how it's supposed to unfold and blah, 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 right? All that fear-based expectations and stories and opinions, right? And then there's the heart going, "Oh, but no, this is who I am attracted to." And I feel like it's someone very different from what you think you would fall for to who you fall for here. And the Page of Cups, is a higher love, it's a higher vibrational love. So it's not like the individuals that you were attracted to before, right? One of the things they're bringing back, did you ask once? They're bringing back a reading saying, "Why do I keep having these same experiences with, men?" And it's because when we're doing the same thing, we get the same result. Well, you've been evolving. You've been raising your self-love, your awareness, questioning thoughts and beliefs. So your self-love has been rising. You're gonna draw in someone different than you would have in the past. And it's not someone coming back from the past because those individuals haven't changed, so you would still get the same result, right? So this is someone new. Yeah, someone new, the Fool card. Free of expectations. Again, this is like a world of possibilities and an adventure with someone instead of, it needs to be this, because I feel like it's such a different experience here. Yeah. So you got the hermit energy um here. I do feel like this is someone that you do meet around home. I don't feel like it's anyone at work because the hermit card is like you're away from everything and everyone. I feel like you're out doing something by yourself when you meet them, doing something that you enjoy, not there expecting to meet someone or anything. You're just there because you're doing something you love, and that's when you meet them unexpectedly. But now you're gonna expect it, right? No, just kidding. But yeah, even have the 5 of spears, the 5 of swords on the bottom again, twice, it's unexpected. It's gonna be someone that's so different than you're used to thinking is the compatible person for you. So you're gonna be quite surprised that your heart is so drawn to someone, but, I like that it's an adventure for you. So that's what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that here too. Okay. Looks like they gave you both this one and your next one. So you've got I am a multidimensional, forceful being who is equipped to have and hold the entire universe inside me. I like this, seeing yourself as this powerful supernatural being, not this person who, this human character. I feel like you're really stepping into knowing who you are. So I like that. All right. So that was for number 1. And then for number 2, you're at 59.29. Thank you again for your dual donations. Boom, boom, boom. And so for this one, let's see, we're going to go to this deck. What difficulties or challenges will come in your life in the upcoming time? Which aspect and guidance? All right, let's take a look here. So what do they want you to know here? So we got these. Whoops. We got those. Which aspect and guidance around it? Got that and that and that. All right. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Yellow Bricks, which is the Knight of Swords in this deck. And so this is about the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective. So it's going to be, you know, focused on a story that you have around something that's happening in the outside world. An old story that when that happens, that means this about me kind of energy. We'll see what this is here. So, what is the difficulty or challenge? You've got the two of bricks, the two of pentacles, along with the eight of flowers, the eight of cups. Yeah. So, the eight of cups is about walking away from a relationship or emotions that don't serve you anymore. And the two of bricks is about a choice in the physical world. I feel like this energy that's coming in here is you're going to have this person come in, right? And I feel like the this difficulty and challenge comes around the relationship that you got on your first reading, where you have this person that comes in that you're just like, "What? Who are you?" And oh my god, why am I attracted to you? And you're not my norm. I feel like someone from the past sees you interacting with someone, doesn't like it, jealous in a way, but they're not gonna choose you anyway, right? They have this is someone that hasn't chosen you, hasn't given you the time of day, made it obvious that they're not choosing you, and now all of a sudden they're a boop, they appear in your life going, "Hey," and you're like, "What?" And this struggle that you have because 'cause you're like, your mind goes, "Oh, this is the one that I wanted, now they're coming back," but your heart's going, but no, this is the one we want, and the mind's going, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, but, now they want us, that means something good about us now, right?" But they're not connecting with you because they want you, they're connecting because they see jealousy, and they like it when all these people are interested in them, even though they're not interested back, and I feel like this is this battle that comes in, this is the challenge to go, I'm going to choose to not pursue you. I'm going to follow my heart and go for this one. That's where the challenge comes in. That's where the difficulty comes in because it's like, oh no, what if? What if? And it's like, don't worry. We'll make it easy. You can say
No, 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 no.
to them and yes to the other one, right? Was that show? Yes to the dress. Anyway, so, which aspect is this about here? You have the King of Brooms, the King of Wands. Yeah, this is your power of choice, energy. It's the King of Wands, like the Emperor. We talk about how, and this is so perfect with what I was just saying too, because the King of Wands clears the throne room of all the chatter, all the mind stuff of the should, supposed to be, need to be, and say, thank you, everyone. But I'm going to step into my heart to figure out what I want. Then I make a plan, I take action toward it. So when you get out of your head, then it's an easy choice. This person, you're like, nope, my heart says this, but my mind was saying, this other one. But when we cleared the throne room, the solution becomes easy, right? Easier, we'll say. Is anything in human life easy? Easier. Any guidance? We've got the 9 of brooms, the 9 of wands. Yep. Keep the barrier up. You know, allow the barrier to be there. You have the 10 of bricks, the 10 of pentacles, which is, what do you really want from a relationship? And you have the king of bricks, the king of pentacles. So this individual who is a solid foundation that, and I'm getting a lot of Taurus energy that, they're very again, that sensual. It's senses, not sensual. That you got that in your first reading. This person that comes in, it's a sensual. It's that physical energy. Yeah, because you got the Queen of Pentacles, right? Because here's the King of Pentacles. So this is the guidance is this other individual is like this, um, um, such a compatible person, and and it's equal, and it draws, you're drawn to this other person. But then it's like this other person comes in, well, wait a minute, and you're like, no. It's like you're getting married, right? And they come in, here in the United States, we have, is there anyone that has any reason why these two should not be married? I don't even know if they do that anymore. I think it's just in the movies. But, and someone goes, and everyone's like, "Oh," and you're like, um, "Get him out of here. I don't want I'm not gonna give up what this new thing for someone that isn't gonna choose me in the end. They're just jealous. They just like having a lot of people desire them, the other one. So, hopefully that helps. Your fortune cookie is destruction is the way to transformation. Yeah, deconstruct that old stuff and transformation, right? So I like that. We're talking about how you're letting the old go and you're going for the new. So I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your dual donations. I appreciate that. All right. And we have Melvan. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list here. We're finishing up donations right now. So it'll be a little while. We have a kind of probably about what is that, 5, 10, probably about 15 people on the free reading list. So I'll eventually get to those. But we're finishing up donations first. Right. All right. So I'm going to take a quick sip here. And then we have Marissa and then Lorna Light. Cheers, cheers. All righty. So Marissa, 10703. Here is your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation via the PayPal. All right. Got your question up here. So, Alshon's energy towards you in the month of May. All right. So, based on current energies, all right. Thank you. What else? The cards just dropping out of the deck here. And they want those. Okay. All right. So, bottom of the deck energy, we have the 8 of coins, the 8 of pentacles. Now, the 8 of pentacles energy that's coming in for them, overall, they're going through the month of May for them, just outside of just in anything to do with you, their entire life feels like with this energy is going through a huge transformation. They've got a bunch of change happening in the month of May. So they want to kind of set the environment from which this reading is coming from. Just know that they're in this, all this stuff feels like it's shaking and transforming stuff, leaving their life, new stuff coming into their life, big change. Well, not like huge life changing change, but a lot of change because it would be major arcana if it was going to be like life changing, but it's altering things. So what's their energy for you? You got the 4 of flowers, 4 of wands. It's a joy, celebration kind of energy coming in. 4 of wands. It's looking for mutual fire energy, right? Along with the ace of flowers, the ace of cups. And this is an interesting energy because the ace of cups is, about they have like this new kind of love happening in their life, but they're also looking at, you know, the joy and the attraction energy with you as well here with this 4 of wands. We'll see what else we have here because it doesn't feel like super strong. It feels like they're kind of it's not like they're all, "Whoa," it's just kinda like, "Hey." I feel like there's this little, subtle approach, this little subtle, energy, but not, like, full on, because I feel like they're wanting you to know that they have a new love interest also in their life. I feel like the old one is gone, the new one is coming in. That's with that 8 of pentacles. What else? Got the Queen of Brooms, yeah, so the Queen of Wands. So here is that, fiery passion energy, not emotion energy, but passion. You got the 7 of flowers, 7 of cups, a lot of emotional confusion. It's a emotional conflict. I feel like they kind of they're also coming across, as they usually are, right? A bit, you know, unclear, unstable, where it's like I'm confused because one moment you say this and then you don't, and then the next moment, or a few days later you say this and then you back away, and it's like, what is this? And it's because they're confused. They don't know what they want. They're jumping all over the place. Again, multiple individuals that they have interest in. That that's why there's inconsistent contact, inconsistent emotions, inconsistent actions, because they're trying to juggle at least 2 people, if not more, and they're not good at it, right? And we have the emperor. Yeah, they're trying to decide what they want, and that's why your mixed messages is what I was trying to was the word I was looking for, and this is because that's where the mixed messages come from, is because they're unsure. They're being torn by their head and their heart, and they're not sure what they wanna do, between whatever's going on with all this. Under the surface, we do have the 4 of yellow bricks, the 4 of swords, which is there's just this resting. I don't feel like they have expectations. The 4 of swords is like no expectations. They're just um, trying to see things from a different perspective, but they don't have specific intentions or expectations. I feel like around anyone, not just you, but around anyone, and that's where they're at, is they're just kind of going with the flow of where their urges take them from moment to moment. That's why you get inconsistency, because their energy is inconsistent when it comes with that, right? So, so I feel like that is what we're kind of looking at right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Right. Not choosing is still choosing. Ooh, wow. Not choosing is still choosing. Wow. What a perfect for that. I'm not sure what I want. Well, not choosing is still a choice. If you're not smart enough to know that I'm the best thing for you, then you're showing me you're not smart enough to be the best thing for me. Boom. All right. So that's what they have for you, Marissa. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. All right. All right. Oh, I didn't see one yesterday for you, Melvin. So maybe it got caught up. I usually am pretty good, so sorry if I did miss it, but I got you on here now. You're looking for a message from spirit, anything specific they're trying to tell you that you're missing. So I'll get you on there. Interesting. Okay. All right. So up next, hey, Lauren Alight, you are up 114.24. Lauren. Here you are. You said, your goodness, you feel your guy so strong. He's not used to being this quiet this long. Right? That is funny. Let's see here. We're going to go pile number 3 for you here. We'll see what we got going on here. Thank you for your donation via Zcash app. You will get a shaman's dream. Thank you so much for your generous donation. So you will get one of those. And we'll see what we got here. All righty. So let's see what we got here. So no contact. You're in your power. That's right. To Jake for 2 days. You can feel him. What's going on with him? Mind, heart, next actions, right? So let's take a look here. So Mr. Jake, what's going on with him in his mind? Okay. What's going on in his heart? Okay. And next actions based on current energy. Okay, those. All right. So, bottom of the deck, the overall energy, we do have the death card. So there is this ending and beginning, of course, energy. We'll see what that's about here, but very much this transformational energy, right? It's almost like they are going through, the morning of um this energy of mourning and a death, right? A sorrow kind of energy. So we'll see what that comes in here. Yeah, so you have a total well, yeah, there's four questions. Sorry, I do see. I didn't do the 4 on the second one, so you have 4. Yeah, so he does have that kinda going on. Let's see what's going on in his head. So we've got the Knight of Brooms, the Knight of Wands. Yeah, so there is this fiery, passionate energy that's happening. This, um, I needed to action, 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 action. Their mind is on fire in the way here. And the strength card, the courage, again, more fire energy. So it feels like their brain is, this probably is smoking, right? Um, but this is about courage, courage, strength, strength. I need to shine bright. I need to step forward. I need to do what I want to do. The mind is more in this. I got to be me. I got to stand up for me. I've got to do what I want to do. I got to take action that is best for me, me energy that's coming in. And the Knight of Wands is passion, fiery movement, all this Aries energy, it is for all of us, right? But I feel like it's really hitting their mental world of I gotta put things into action. I gotta have movement and do that. Let's see what's in their heart here. We've got the 7 of coins, 7 of pentacles, which is, this patience card. I feel like their heart is like, give the mind a moment to catch up. Because the heart is still involved, I imagine here. Let's see. Yeah, I got the 10 of wands. So again, here's all this fire, passionate energy or this, flow of energy. And it's like the mind, I mean, the heart is waiting for the mind to go from burden to abundance. It's like it's waiting for it, right? Yeah. And then so there is this the heart is like waiting for their mind to catch up and to, stop freaking out. Because when you stop freaking out, then we know you return to making sense. But when you're freaking out, you don't make good decisions, and the heart just kinda goes, "Just wait. Let's just wait," you know, kind of energy. Um, and the High Priestess, yeah. So the heart is this stepping away, looking at emotions, trying to seek clarity. So, the heart works independently from the mind. In his case, his mind rules over his heart. So no matter what the heart wants, the mind is the one that shuts things down, and does it. His heart hasn't changed. It's the mind that's always the problem. This is the thing that gets scared, that freaks out, that goes, you know, it's like a really sensitive alarm system. Like, let's say, like at a museum, and if a dust particle goes across the little line, and you know all the windows have the things that come down, and all the doors close, and the alarms go off. Like, he has triggers. He has a lot of triggers around fears that right? And the heart's like, "Oh, give it a minute. It'll eventually reset itself, and it'll come back here," right? Um, no, because it's all the me energy. Um, So I don't feel like that's towards you. This is towards him feeling like I need to do what I need to do for me. And right now they're in that fear protection mode. And so what it is I can't, no, you are stranger danger in the moment because an alarm went off. And so, psh, but when the alarm goes back, they're like, "Oh, hey, come on in." And then bing, the alarm goes off, right? And that's what keeps happening is this alarm keeps triggering and it feels extra sensitive, this alarm that's going on. The heart is like waiting, if that makes sense, for the mind, for them to settle down and get back to making sense because the heart is like, "You're stupid. You don't know what you're doing." But the mind is like, "I protected you. I've kept you safe all this time, so trust me." And the heart's like, "I have no choice at this point because the mind over keeps overriding the heart." And the heart hasn't got to that point where it's sick enough to of it happening that they have a rebellion, right? So the fire feels like more about, "I need to do stuff for me, for me, for me," kind of energy. Oh, that Leo lower expression me energy versus we, right? So I feel like that's what is there. Let's see what his next actions are. We've got the Fool card. Yep, so this is this, adventure energy, free of expectations, no intentions, just possibility. So I don't feel intention with that. That's kind of the opposite of intention with the Fool card. That's let's see what unfolds. Let's see what, uh, no, nothing, no guardrails. Just let's see, you know. Uh, and then the King of Cans, the King of Cups, the balance between head and heart. That's what we're looking for, right? Because right now they're way out of balance. The heart is like, what are you doing over there? Mind, get back over here. But I feel like there is this the intentions right now are more, let's see what unfolds and let's let things balance out and see where things kind of land. We got the Judgment card, which is the calling card, you know, up, up and away in my beautiful balloon. Where am I going? What do I want? You know, I feel like they're kind of in this again, this death and rebirth energy, is this what do I want? What is this? Um, what am I here for? What am I living for kind of energy that comes in, right? So, you know, there's a little bit of interesting energy with that, right? A balloon? Yeah, okay. And then the 5 of brooms, so this conflicted energy, it still feels here. This is that energy, the battle between the head and the heart. There's a lot of fire, a lot of conflict there. And again, Justice card, Libra energy, balance. I'm trying to figure out what I want. So the energy kind of where they're at right now, I just feel like they're in this, sorrow energy, this kind of loss energy. But I also feel like they've got a lot of, different things that are happening and hitting them here. And, so there's this, um, I'm trying to figure things out. I don't know what I want, kind of in their current energy, right? Because I feel like with their brain on fire, whatever has them in this sparked mood, this is the no, it's just crazy talk. You know what I mean? So very interesting. Let me put these back here. I think we will go to another pile here, but I feel like I want to give you your shaman's dream oracle for this question. And it can apply to anything we're talking about, of course, but let's see what they want here for the overall energies. This one, all right? Yeah. Yeah. Dream thief, refusal of the call. Interesting. Flying monkeys. It's like it fits into this Wizard of Oz a theme here. Card number 13. So it says the dream thief is a soft and compelling seductress. Her only purpose is to keep you hypnotized by comfort and sameness. She wants you to tell your old stories over and over so you don't evolve beyond them. Ask yourself whether you're reverting back to the familiarity of your origin story of why you were wounded or when you were rejected. Do you talk about how your family molded you as a child without also acknowledging that you've already become someone else? Teaching from an old wound will never allow you a new adventure. Instead, bring to mind how you've already changed, remembering that you have new stories to rely and build upon. Ooh. Do you want to move beyond the barrier of glass you've placed between you and the horizon? You can, and it's not difficult. Answer the call to a new adventure and drop your resistance to sailing the uncharted seas of your potential. The wind will soothe and sing the dream thief to sleep so you can wake up and move forward. You're so much more than you know. Now it's time to express what has lain dormant. Your new adventure has already begun. Wow. Powerful card. All right. So that's what they have for number one. So thank you for that one. And then for number two, we've got 12733. All right. And how does he feel about you? All right. So let's take a look here. Tapping into his heart. I like his heart. It's so much calmer and just compared to his mind. I go into his mind and it's like I go into his heart and it's so loud and noisy when I'm up in the air of his mind, and when I drop down into the silence uh, of the water, it's just like quiet and calm. So let's take a look here. So what's going on in his heart? How does he feel about you? And I do want this one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. All right. So the bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Cups. And as soon as I saw that, what I heard was, I can't love you more than I love myself. So his feelings towards you is what we're gonna, find here. But it's like the underlying energy, the message is that even if I have an ocean of love for you, if my self-love is like this, all you're gonna get is a little drip, like a dripping faucet. Drip, drip, because that's all he can give, and that's all he can receive too. Like, you can give him an ocean of love, all he's gonna feel he's getting is drip, because it's our self-love is the conduit for which we give and receive love. So, it's interesting just to know that up front going, he could, like, love you like an ocean, but you're only until he works on his self-love, you're ever only gonna get, "Here you go." You're like, "Really, this drop? You should keep that. I think you need that more than I do." Alright, let's see what else here. So, and we have the Judgment card, so here's this calling, their higher self calling them to a higher place. We have the 10 of bricks, relationship energy, and the 7 of cups. A lot of different emotions that are bubbling around. There are some fears that are bubbling around. Um, So that there is some of that, emotional energy of fear of abandonment, energy, fear of failing, and so that's bubbling around in there too. But their heart has this calling; it's pulling them towards relationship with you, right? The the 10 of Pentacles, the solid foundation. You're part of my foundation. The heart is going, still pulling them towards you, even though the mind is resisting, right? Then you have these two cards. Yep, here's the High Priestess and the Ace of Brooms, the Ace of Wands. So, their feelings towards you, of course, they see you as this high priestess. They see you as, someone who sees them more deeply than they even know themselves. And they do feel this connection like at this lower, I feel like you guys have past life history here too. And but I feel like the only way that they are able to comfortably express this sea of emotion is through passion, through actions and movement, motion, not emotion, right? And and that's why suddenly it can switch off, Um, that's why emotion okay, you know how when you say suddenly they go cold? That's because that connection, it can just be turned off because it's the motion, the action. And I feel like, and this is something to reflect on, right? See if this resonates, is that you pick up a lot of their unexpressed emotion and you look at it as if it's been expressed. If you take a time to look at how much have they expressed their love to me and how, has it been through actions? Or has it been through heartfelt connection where they've expressed it, not that you've gone in and tapped it and went, "Oh, I love feeling all of your emotion." It's like, but how much of it have they expressed? I feel like is important to mention here. And then you have the 7 of Brooms, the 7 of Wands, and the Hierophant. Yeah. Yeah, right, here you go. So you've got this, the Hierophant, which is, you know, uh, allowing to see things from a different perspective, you know, giving a different viewpoint. And the 7 of Wands, the 7, 7 of Brooms here. It's about, this I feel like their heart, one of the things that they really that attracts them, the heart to you is your courage, and the 7 of Wands is how you stand bright. You stand like you are yourself. You don't ask permission to shine, you don't dim your light. You're like, "Here I am," and you keep on showing up no matter what. Um, you don't let things get you down for long, right? You're always back up standing on top of the hill. Even if you fall down the hill, you're right back up there shining bright again. And, and I feel like that's one of the things that draws his heart to you because he wants that for himself and he hasn't had that for himself. Yep. And then the 2 of Coins, the 2 of Pentacles, this balancing energy that comes in here. And I feel like the heart is when the heart really is like, I love how you balance he whose name shall not like he who shall not be named, right? Like Lord Voldemort. That's what the heart calls his mind. Lord Baltimore, Voldemort, right? He's like, you help balance them out. Thank you. And it's one of the things I appreciate you too is you help, get his mind. You have helped to get his mind, balanced where the heart can, you know, start talking some sense into the mind, right? 3 of Coins, 3 of Pentacles. Yeah. So here's that energy of being true to your authentic self, a lot like the 7 of Wands here. And the 4, oh no, sorry, the 6 of swords, the 6 of yellow bricks here, which is, again, I feel like one of the big things is that, you have been able to calm their mind so much, but that's not your job, also here too, right? Yeah. More balanced more than he has, but still a great a great need to balance the head and the heart because he has so many alarms that go off that's, close off the heart so quickly, um, that it's like we need to work on like we talk about the museum, right? The sensitivity of the alarm system where it doesn't go off when a little piece of dust crosses it. It needs to be something more, dangerous, that comes in with it. So so hopefully that helps with how does he feel about you? The heart from the heart standpoint. A lot of admiration for the courage that you have because I feel like you don't give up on him easily and he gives up on himself so much more quicker than you do. Um, and so that's one of the things the heart really likes about that, right? Now, your fortune cookie for this one is I am in full alignment with my physical vessel, emotional body, and etheric spirit. I like that. I am in full. So you are in full alignment with your physical vessel, your emotional body, and your etheric spirit. So I like that. All right. So what's number two? For number three, we got 13727. And does he want to start dating other people? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's take a look here. In the mind, I feel like the mind and the heart is like, are you going to ask both of us, right? I'm like, yeah, we'll ask both of you. So the mind, does the mind and the heart. We know the heart is like, hell no, but let's get confirmation of that. All right. So underlying energy, yeah, start dating other people. Is that what I said? Yeah. So we got the Ace of Cups, which is, and got the World card, ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure. I feel like, the energy is of the mind, right, is yes, because um, for a ton of reasons, right? We'll see what comes in here, but you know, there are things that already, like first of all, the victim energy of, well, I'm not good enough, and we should date other people because then you'll see that there's someone better out there, more compatible, and will give you what you deserve and what you want than me. Boo, 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 right? There's that, in the mind. That's the mind, little whispers of, you're not good enough and she deserves someone better anyway. So this is good. You guys should date other people and then that'll make her want to leave and she'll find someone else and see, you know, that there's someone more compatible. And then we'll find someone more compatible, someone that doesn't have, any expectations. You're like, good luck. Good luck finding that. There's no human that wants a relationship that doesn't have any expectations, If no one has any expectations, it's usually because they're done with the relationships or, they're ascended masters. They're not interested in relationships. But humans usually will be they'll have expectations of some sort that they're, working through, right? But let's see what else is in his mind here. Yeah, Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, which is a new birth, new starts, right? Birthing of something. King of Brooms, King of Wands, which is it's a theory more so. And the Knight of Cups, pursuing emotions, pursuing romance, that's coming in there. So I feel like in their mind, if they're answering from their mind, then they would say, "Yeah, I feel like it's best if we date other people." But the King of Wands is like the action behind it and actually doing it, because it's not an easy thing for them to do that. If they date someone, it's, it doesn't go very fast, very far kind of energy, right? It becomes very it's not a, heartfelt relationship, it's more someone wanting to use them, kind of energy. What can I get from him, is a lot of the people, that he connects with, and that's like it's empty, right? So, but to answer your question, it does feel like with that they do want to start in theory. Yeah, that's I do. When are you gonna do it? I don't know. Got a lot going on, So, and all those reasons, the reasons that we were talking about, right? Now the heart, Ace of Pentacles, energy here. The Two of Yellow Bricks, the Two of Swords. That's conflict. Conflict between the head and the heart, and the Fool card. And so the heart will go for the adventure, but it's like there's this resistance because I feel like the heart with this Ace of Pentacles, this Ace of Bricks is you can't like it's like don't go somewhere else because you're going to start over and it's like the heart is saying before you would go date anyone else you need to stop and find a new way of your self-worth because they know that the problem with their mind and their fears has to do with the root of their self-worth, and they like you got to convert this thoughts about your self-worth before you ever think of dating anyone else. And why start all over? you know you got to get rid of all these fears, and then you'll see clearly, with that Full card. You got to get out of your head, and then you'll see things clearly. But uh, that Two of Swords is the conflict between the head and the heart. So, that's confirmation, like we were talking about, right? That their heart is like, hell no, I don't agree with that. But the mind is going, you don't get a vote, you know, because that's how their mind rules their existence right now. It always overrides the heart. That's why they can cut off emotion just, like that. See what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah. So we've got bend, but do not break. I allow my inner child to come out to play. It's like, I want to just go have fun. I don't want to have any expectations or responsibilities. Yeah. And then you actually got 3 fortune cookies that came out. I thought it was just 1, and then there's 3. Says, "Did you say it? Did you tell them you love them?" And I feel like that's the crux of that relationship energy of dating other people. It's never, "I love them." I don't feel like they've said that, right? I just feel like there's this, hmm, but we'll see. Alright, so that's for number 3. And then for number 4, we've got 14444. Wow. For number 4, got all these 4s. Yeah, right? Did you tell her? Did you tell her you loved her? So you wanna know here, what do you need to know about starting your own podcast? What's Spirit's goal? Alright, let's take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. We'll dive into number 4. All right. What do you need to know about starting your own podcast? Okay. I need this one. Just that one. And this one, but they want this one for in the middle. All right, let's see what this is about. All right. So the bottom of the deck, wow. You've got this Wheel of Fortune and the Page of Pentacles. So, this is abundance. This is about, of course, it is for you, the tuna for you with the Wheel of Fortune, but there is this, it's a way of you expressing yourself to the world, but it also is a way that you draw in um, clients or um, I wouldn't say attention. That sounds because you're not doing it for attention. It's visibility. Gives you visibility. That's the word. So I like that. What do you need to know about starting your own podcast? You have the King of Bricks, the King of Pentacles. It is for you. It is abundance. It is worth the time and the effort and the bang for the buck, energy. Um, so I feel like they're, knowing that it's worth the work, right? Um, what else? You got two cards in the middle here. You got the Ace of Cans, the Ace of Cups, and the King of Brooms, the King of Wands. So there it is this I feel like it's important that you're expressing your heart with all of this and your passion, of course. And I feel like that's the big thing is when you're looking at the name of it, the creation of it, the content, that it's not about um, trying to lead or trying to provide information and the blah, 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 but it's about expressing yourself, expressing your heart, expressing your passion. And it's leading, but it's leading through example and through sharing your own story, sharing your heart, sharing your, um, what you've overcome. And I feel like it's because you're sharing your heart. That's what they're saying that when you're starting your own podcast, let it be an expression of you filling up and overflowing. Try to keep the mind out of it. Your mind will help organize the heart, but don't let the mind lead it. It's like, no, 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 because they'll try to take control. That's what the mind does. Here, let me do it. You know, and it's like, no. You also have, yeah, the Queen of Cups. Let your heart lead. Intuitiveness. Your heart is what needs to be expressed. With the podcast, it needs to be from that. You have the Queen of Spears in the middle, the Queen of Swords, which is the battle, not the battle, but the balance between head and heart, as I was saying, that's in the middle. Um, and so I feel like that's an important thing coming in with that. What spirit's goal? You have the Page of Coins. So you had the Page of Coins on the bottom called the Page of Bricks and that one. But you have in the other deck, you got both of them. It's to bring you abundance through the visibility, but it also allows you to see your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. It allows you to face that fear of what will people think, people's comments, whatever, and going, my worth is in here, not out here. And I feel like that's part of it here that shows you that, that fullness there. You've got the 8 of yellow bricks, the 8 of swords. Yeah, this is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that used to keep you feeling, blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless, and to really help you release more of those things. But also, I feel like that's you're helping people understand how you did it, and then people are like, "Oh, wow," and they can relate, and they see the tools they can do it too by sharing your own struggles and the things you used to help you overcome them and to transmute things and move through things and to be able to release things and surrender things. And so I love that. And then the 7 of Brooms. Yeah. To stand tall, what spirit's goal for you to stand visibility, right? To stand up on a hill and be seen, to be a shining light on a in a dark night, helping other people find their light, right? Lauren of Light. So I feel like that is kind of the goal is for you just to fill up and shine in the visibility, but that's also a way that they bring people across your path that are ready for you, ready for your guidance and guidance and light, and your guidance and light. So let's see what that fortune cookie brings in here. And what are you grateful for today? Yeah. So it brings you back to gratitude. You know, it's not the podcast will be successful when it's I'm grateful for the ability to be able to do this, to be able to, put this out in front of people, I'm grateful for the internet. I'm grateful for podcast platforms that, it's like the gratitude of it is a big piece of it too. Because then it's about letting go of it needing to be something other than what it is in the moment. Wow, right? It's a good message for all of us. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I'm so grateful. Hopefully those helped. All right. So let me catch up here. I had a couple more donations and various things come in here. So let me look at timestamps here. So we have Alice in the house. Hey, Alice. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. There's a couple more that came in via Venmo and PayPal right before you. So you'll be third in line with the donations there. You're very welcome, Lauren. And let me see here. And Marissa Smith, thank you for your additional donation via Z PayPal. So I'll get you on there. You'll be up in second um, in the next donations here. All right. And then we have Celino. Hello, hello. And Debbie, if you're still here, hello. I said hello to you earlier after you said hello, love and light. So if you're back, hello. You might have come in and gone already. Let's see here. And I think that was as far as anyone that's come in since then here. Believe so. All right. And then let me see here. All right. So, and then we have via Venmo, I don't have a screen name mentioned. So, if you did a Venmo for $10, then that is, I have that here. I'm going to put your name over here. But if you're here watching, I don't see a question either. So, um, let me know if you're here and what your question is, because I don't want to put your name out here for privacy reasons, just in case your screen name is different from your real name. So let me know if you're here. And I see a cancer sign put on here, so maybe that is there. Let me bring it up on. Let me see if there's a note in Venmo itself. Sometimes they can be weird, right? Come on, there it goes. Load. All right. Nope, there's nothing over there either. So, um, I'll put you to the side right now. And as soon as I see your question, let me just scroll up and make sure I didn't miss anyone. Oh, you know what? Nope, I get it now. Duh. So, Mel Van, that would be you, right? Duh. All right, I see it now. See, it doesn't take, too long for the tool to sharpen. All right. Lordy, lordy, lordy. All right. So thank you for your donation. You'll be up first here in a moment. And then Marissa for your second one. And then Alice, you'll be up after that. And then let's see where we at on time. Yeah. So um, we'll start free readings here in a little bit here. I feel like after these three, I'll probably be around 2:30-ish or so. And so I might be starting them around then. So hang in there, everybody. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, Melvin, hello, hello. Thank you so much for your donation via the Venmo. There is your timestamp. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. And sorry that we missed you yesterday. I think. So, we'll take a look here and see what we got here. So, what does Spirit wants you to know? Anything specific they're trying to tell you that you might be missing? All right. Got those and those. All right. Let's see what we got here. So I drop the deck. All right. Just drop it. Just drop it. Boom, boom, boom. So on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Four of Brooms, the Four of Wands, which is this joy and celebration kind of energy that's coming in here. Joy and celebration. I don't feel like it's a gathering. It's a marriage card, a wedding card, a gathering, but it feels more about joy. Joy, 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 gratitude kind of energy. We'll see what this is about. But the underlying energy feels like celebrating, joy and celebrating. So let's see what we got here. Your first two cards, you do have the Hanged Man and the Seven of Yellow Bricks, which is the Seven of Swords. So the Hanged Man is a transformational, like, pausing energy. And whenever we get like a pausing card or a slow card, right? Um, if it comes out with another card, it's to tell me why things are going kind of slower. And it's given me the opportunity with the Seven of Swords in this deck, um, which is letting go of long held thoughts and beliefs that have like cheated you out of opportunities that have made you feel restricted and where you've doubted yourself. And I kind of felt like there's this with this joy and celebration, you're missing out on opportunities to celebrate yourself and celebrate who you are right now and that you're perfect right now and you're on this adventure of discovering who you really are. It's not there's not this, um someday, you'll be worthy. It's you're perfect. You were perfect before you came down here. You're perfect your entire life. You're perfect when you go. You're a perfect mountain. You came down to explore who you are. But these thoughts and beliefs that you had growing up as a child, which we all encounter, is what blinds us and brings in fog where it's hard for us to see ourselves clearly. And so they're like, if you kind of celebrate who you are, remember who you really are, it burns away the fog and then you get to see yourself, your true self clearly. Because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. So no human really sees things clearly. We don't see ourselves clearly either until we start seeing ourselves from a higher perspective, right? So I feel like there's a little of that energy coming in here, this transformational energy. You also have the Ace of Spears, which is the Ace of Wands. So here's the clarity energy that's coming in here. So we definitely have this, you know, the Hanged Man is giving you the opportunity to see things from a different perspective, see things from a different place as well. So I like that. Underneath that, you have these three cards. So maybe this is some of the clarity that comes in. Yeah, you got this moon energy. Here's the Cancer, Cancer energy ruled by the moon, right? And so this is the hidden. There's a lot of this hidden below the surface, but this is a this is more of an akashic record connection, like past life and other life information and access to this connection that you have, like from, a different place, a different life that you can bring in this hidden knowledge. Again, it's kind of like as you remember who you really are, you realize this lifetime is one of billions that you have as a human expression, as an animal, an element, a plant, and then other dimensions and other frequencies and other planets and other places, that this is one of so many. And I feel like that is kind of where they're bringing you into that connection with that Akashic world that's there. Yeah. And then you have the ace, yeah, the ace of yellow bricks, which is the ace of swords in this one. So you got the ace of swords twice here, a lot of clarity, a lot of knowledge that's coming in, and the Hierophant, yeah. Again, seeing things from a higher perspective. The Hierophant is a teacher energy, it is a transformation energy, it's a master of change, and a bit of a master of, um that's like uh, the master of stepping stones. And look at all the stuff that you've learned. And so there is this reflection a little bit too here to celebrate. Look how far you've come, because we probably, we got this, big, big, um, awareness that you're always with yourself. You don't see yourself. I mean, you see yourself every day, so you don't see how far you've come. And sometimes, we feel like we're going in circles, but really we're going up a spiral, right? And sometimes it feels like we're back in the same spot. And we are vertically, let's see, horizontally we're in the same spot, but vertically we're up many floors because we've made progress in discovery and letting go of things that are not us. And I feel like there is this kind of celebration energy that comes in here, right? So I like that. You also have the Queen of Yellow Bricks, the Queen of Swords. So there's this great balance between head and heart. And I don't normally get that with this card, but this is they're really zipping in, going like, you're perfect. You are perfect. And I feel like that's the important thing is you don't have to try to become. What you're doing is you're burning away that which is not you, like the fog, right? You're burning away that which is not you, so you could see yourself more clearly, because 'cause you're already a perfect mountain. You're just getting a different view of it, of who you are, and we had all these obstacles that are difficult for us to see till we get above the clouds, we clear away the fog, we clear away some brush, then we have a clearer view of who you are. And I feel like that's one of the things. I feel like the thing that you're missing is the missing you. You're missing the true you, the perfect you, that you're already perfect. And it's so against what we're kind of taught growing up. Oh no, you're not perfect. You have so much to achieve. When you get here, then. But there's no, it's now and forever in the past, forever in the future, perfect. And you're this wonderful balance, energy, and I feel like that's important for you to know. And again, you got Chariot, which this is Cancer moon energy too. Power of choice and the Queen of Bricks. It's funny that you got the queen of bricks twice, a queen of yellow bricks, which in this deck is the queen of swords. In this deck, because they're two different, the wicked. Let's see, this is the wicked, and this is the Wizard of Oz. In the Wizard of Oz, you're the queen of pentacles. So there's this um, mother nature, mother nurture, nurturing yourself, harvest, gratitude for who you are, this beautiful energy. And that the chariot card is this, you have the power to choose. There's no wrong choice. There's no right or wrong, good or worse, better or best. There is just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes, and that you get to choose the stories you put to everything, the emotions you put to everything, the physical actions you do, and the energy you put forward, and that there's no wrong choice, that you're on an adventure and you're an eternal being. Again, billions of life expressions. You're eternal. They're like, don't worry, there's no supposed to. We're gonna cover it all. We're gonna experience it all because we have endless lives. We have endless opportunities to express. So I love this for you. It's time to make choices from your heart if you want to, instead of from your mind of supposed to. It's should, no, could. And then what do I want? What is my next adventure? You can't disappoint the creator and the spirit world. They look at everything as an adventure, and there is no right or wrong from their viewpoint, just different. That's it. Okay, that sounds good. They're just glad to be along for the ride. You know, you're the driver of the fun bus. The creator is your co-pilot in charge of the radio and the heater and the air conditioner and handing out the snacks, and all your spiritual posse are out, all, these puppies in the back seat just happy to be going for a ride. They don't care, right? So, they're excited for the adventure. So hopefully that it fills up some of what you might feel is missing, and you realize there's nothing missing. You're already 100% complete. You're just discovering more about your perfect self, this perfect mountain that you are. See what your fortune cookie is. Because of your donation size, you get the Shaman's Dream Oracle for your fortune cookie, which is the Wailing Tree and Reconciliations. Card number 59. So when you encounter the Wailing Tree on your path, it's an invitation to stay a while and regroup, a place for you to rest and allow yourself to say goodbye to what no longer serves you, right? Burning away that which doesn't serve you, right? I like this because it's like the hanged man is what you had hanging upside down. You may have been overdoing things, working too hard, or putting too much effort into life with little reward. If you've been considering making a change, now is the time to do so. One important thing to consider before you make any changes is that you need to allow yourself to feel your disappointment, your loss, and mourn what was and what could not be. This is a way to honor your experience, to give yourself time to consider all the gifts in it, to put proper closure on it, to really know what you've learned as you walk away from it and into something new. Even in the perception of failure, there is much good to be discovered. However, skipping the stages of loss doesn't get you to reconciliation any faster. In fact, you will discover that you will have to come back at some point. So do it all now. Look at it all squarely and honestly, and stay with your feelings. Life is not either or, it's both and, this and that. So as you dive in and process this, allow it to become a temporary travel companion on your journey. The feelings that this will bring to the surface will be challenging for sure. Yet, like all things, they will pass soon enough, and you'll be more enriched by the experience. Wow. Everything happens for you. It's like the Wheel of Fortune. you know, every moment has a gift in it for us. There is no failure because we're here to experience, and every moment we're experiencing, right? Failure happens in here with the mind when the picture we have in here that we've been told is supposed to be doesn't match the outside world. But when we look at it from the higher perspective, from the hanging man tree, right, we see that everything unfold perfectly. We just didn't match up to what our human ego or the supposed to be is, that we were taught it to be, right? So that is what they have for you. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donation. Good to see you. Many blessings to you. All right. Let me take a look here. I had a couple more donations come in here too. Let me check its timestamps here. Yep. So we got Girl Gone Duffner. Hello. Good to see you. I know. Long time no see. Welcome. Good to see you. Welcome back. We'll get you on the donation list here. So a reading on abundance. We'll get you on there. And then Sarah Taylor. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Got your donation via Z PayPal, so we'll get you on here as well. All right. So I think that was that. I got that one. Okay. All right. So I think I've got everyone. So, excuse me. Up next, we have Marissa Smith for number 2, and then Alice, and then Girl Gone Duffner, and then Sarah. You'll be up after that for the donations. So I think that is everyone. I don't think I missed anyone else coming in. All right. So Marissa 21227. We've got you coming in here. Here is your timestamp. And so you wanted to know here. So Austin has a new love interest in May, right? So he doesn't want to be with you. Question. What so the reading that you're kind of following up on, right? This one was that it's not that they wanna be with that other person, it's a love interest, right? That they're, because they're not in a place where they are able to stay in a relationship, so they're not looking for long term. It's like they're not looking for Ms. Right, they're looking for excuse me, Miss Right now. They're not looking for a forever person because they know I'm not built for forever. At least at this point in their life, they don't believe that they are built for forever. So, so just because they have another love interest, it, it's the clarity of that. They we'll see here. Do they want to be with you? They know they can't. They know they could only be with you for a period of time. There's always an expiration date. You know, um, I don't know. They showed me. It's like, and it's almost like a meat market because they showed me going into a grocery store, and how the meat has an expiration date. They go, after a while, it just it goes bad inside of him. He's like, it's just not. It's past its expiration. It's time to let it go and go find fresh meat in a way. But it makes it sound much more worse than how they approach it, but that's what they have there. But let's get a clarity here. Does he want to be with you? Just to, get you your cards here. Yeah, so we have the 2 of brooms, the 2 of wands, which is the back and forth, right? It's like not for forever, but the passion when the it's like when the passion hits, yeah, but when it's gone, no. That's kind of the wishy-washiness that you get from them, right? The mixed messaging all the time. Yeah, so we have the death card. There's an ending energy. Um, you got the 3 of coins, the 3 of pentacles. Them like, this is them. I gotta be true to my authentic self. The 3 of Cups, yeah. So those coming out together, there's always a third party. There's always a third person, um, is how it's been. Yeah, the High Priestess is you stepping back, look at things from a higher perspective, look into your own emotions. You know, why are you, so attached to them, right? After all the experiences, why do you want why are you drawn to want them back, right? Yeah, you have the Knight of Cups. It's like the quest for your self-love with this High Priestess. And it's a wonderful thing. I know I I drew the same person into my life over and over again, just in someone else's body. You're drawn back to the same person. I ended it when that first one not right when I they cheated on me like 6 months into the relationship, and I tried to work it out for, for 2.5 more years. We ended it, like, at 3 years. I ended it at 3 years because I was like, "I'll never trust you again, and this is best just to go on." And then number 2, when they cheated, I kept on drawing people to me that would cheat on me because I was cheating on myself. If you wanna dive deeper into that, check out my podcast. There's actually one of my podcasts is why people cheat, and I talk about what I learned in there. If that resonates with you, I won't um, take time to do that now. But if you the the podcast link is in the description area of the video. If you click on my name, it's at the top. Easier path. It'll open the playlist. It's going to be among the first couple, 2 or 3, if you want to check it out, because it was amazing what I discovered. I was like, "Whoa, I never would have thought." I was drawing people to me to show me how I was cheating on myself because I was looking for my worth out here instead of up here. Your fortune cookie is the process is the worst until it isn't. It's so true. The process you're going through feels like the worst until you get free. I have no regrets that I went through all the heartbreak and those feelings and everything that I did, because I learned the lesson so well and it freed me in the end, because me being turned inward and upward for my self-worth changed my life, and it's wonderful. So, hopefully that helps, Marissa. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. Hang in there. Alrighty. And then we are to Alice. Alice, good to see you. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And I think you're up here. Yep. So thank you for your sticker. I like the little hearts. And you want advice from your angels and spirit guides. What do they want you to know for the near future? All right. Cheers, cheers. I'll dive in. Let me take a sip here. Let's see what we have. So, angels and spirit guides, what do they want you to know in your future? All right. These two, the one underneath, that one there, that one there, that one there. There's 2 there. All right. So we got here. You do have the Knight of Spears on the bottom, which is the Knight of Swords. And this is an energy of, fast fast thinking. Usually it doesn't come through like that. Fast thinking. But there's also movement of a lot of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. A lot of clarity that's coming in here for you in the near future. The first 2 cards are the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands, and the 4 of Wands, the 4 of Flowers. So there is this nudging here. I feel like if you want abundance and joy to kind of expand in your life, they're like, it's really important to change the mindset from focusing on what's not happening to what you are grateful for what is happening and what has happened, because that'll change the energies. That'll open up the conduit to allow um, abundance and joy to flow into your life instead of to feel like it's being pushed away from you. You have the 4 of brooms, the 4 of wands again, because you have the 4 of flowers is actually 4 of cups, but you got the 4 of wands here, and the temperance. So, joy, you have the temperance card, which is coming in here. There is this, um, about trusting that the process is unfolding. I feel like this is the marriage card, the 4 of wands in this case. They're bringing it through going, they want you to know that there is marriage in your future. It is unfolding. It's like trusting the process that there is movement, that there's marriage in your future, um, but it's with the Page of Cups, which is a higher love, not anyone that you have or are with or anything, you know, anyone from your past. No one from your past, no one from your present. It's someone new that comes in from your future. And they're saying here that with that Page of brooms and this change of perspective, it's an important energy to know that, because that's like the stepping stones. That's what you're learning in this with the past and the present is when I focus on what's not happening, I get more of not happening. When I focus on what I am grateful for, I get more of that. And I feel like that they're telling you here that this is something that, in the near future, there's this big, like, I feel like it up here, but when it drops into when you feel it in when you know it, right? I can know it and then I can know it. There's a difference, right? When it's like, wow, epiphany, like I know it, but when it drops into a different place in our being, it's like, I see it, it clicks. And I feel like that's what's coming up is you're realizing, oh my God, I realized when I focused on lack here, I got that. When I focused on lack there, I got that. When I focused on lack there, I got, and you're like, wow. And when I focused on gratitude, look what I got. And it's like, and just everything just falls into place. It feels like here. You got the Ace of Bricks. Yeah. So you start seeing your worth differently and it brings a new opportunity in the future. This is what it opens up here for you. You got the Two of Spears, the Two of Swords, your choice of story. The choice again, I get to decide, am I going to focus on lack, fear energies, expectations, need, want, and get more of that? Or am I going to focus on the other? This is what's coming in. Yeah. And the Nine of Spears, the Nine of Swords, letting go of expectations, right? It's this realizing, oh, wow, I'm seeing how that has impacted my relationships of all kinds, friends, family, lovers, workmates, schoolmates, whoever, how it's impacted my belief around, my jobs, education, my body, my bank account, my possessions. I see. I see. I like it. Yeah. And then the wheels started turning. You got the wheel of fortune, which is you're recognizing, oh, how all of these things were for me. I see the gift in those because now it's going to change my life kind of energy. You have the Two of Yellow Bricks. Yeah. So here's the Two of Swords again. Get the Two of Swords twice. This one's called the Two of Yellow Bricks, but that's with it's a sword suit in this particular deck. So you're learning. I get to choose the story. I get to choose what I focus on. I don't have to do what I've been told I'm supposed to do. I get to decide. And then that's the power of story. Whatever happens in the outside world, I determine what it means, how I'm going to react to it or emotionally have my emotions around it. The physical actions I'm going to take, I get to choose. So there's this wonderful, I feel like I said, this aha, where just this awareness pops in. So I like that for you. So let's grab your fortune cookie here too. If I can get these cards back in here. All right, here it goes. Come on. All right. All right. And for your fortune cookie, we have, how are you today? Today, right? And that's the decision. That's the question. You get to decide how I'm gonna answer that question. And if I don't feel I'm, you know, if I don't feel like I'm having a great day, why? What expectation or story am I putting to something why I feel like it's not a grateful day? You know, people go, "How are you doing?" "I'm grateful." "Hey, I'm grateful for this and that and this and that." Or I can wake up and there's not any wrong choice. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. If in a moment I'm not grateful, I can feel that, but I also know having a lifetime of not being grateful, I know what it brings. I'm like, not worth my time. I'm like, as soon as I notice I'm not being grateful, I adjust because I want to be grateful and I want to be grateful in the moment and truly be grateful sincerely, knowing also that it brings in more things to be grateful for. So, right? What do they say? Laugh and the whole world laughs with you. Cry and you cry alone. I know. All right. So that's what they have for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. I don't think I'm out of order. Am I? No. All right. Good. So, Girl Gone Duffner, hello, hello. You're up 226.50. Got you. Here's your timestamp, and we'll give your donation a love and a like since it lets me do it on those. Yeah, good to see you. Long time. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your adventures. I'm gonna take a quick sip. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So, a reading on abundance. So, what does Spirit want you to know? Hey, Yoti. I'll get you onto the free list here in a moment. I just saw you there. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. All right. That and that. Pew, pew. Cards are just flying out. Glad you're not here. Might take an eye out. All right. Nope, and none of those. Okay. So, the bottom of the deck, you have the moon card. And what I'm getting from this, from you, for you, from them, is it's all about new moon wishes and intentions. Is one big thing they want you to know about. If you weren't here in the beginning, we of course had an amazing, amazing, amazing new moon in Aries yesterday. We got like a stellium in Aries, which is fire, new beginning. We're in the spring. Here's the link to a video I put out about making the most of the new moon energy. Um, so I encourage you to take a look at that because of this card. And then I also have another separate video, which is the basics of making the most of new moon energy, where we dive even more into making new moon wishes and intentions powerful. So if you look at both of those, I feel like that is one of the big things that they have around this. I also feel this moon card, they're talking about the hidden emotions below the surface. I actually had my podcast, my most the one before the one I just put out yesterday. It's adventure number 14. It is about abundance, where it be. And one of the big things of that is looking at this emotions below the surface. Our little emotional inner child is the one that creates the rate of exchange. Like, what does it feel we have to give in order to receive? And that's the kind of energy that's coming in here. Like with it's like Six of Pentacles energy is what is one of the things we talk about in there, which is the out of balance, where, something that we learned when we were younger from the responses we got back from parents and people in authority is we felt we gave so much as a child. We only had so much to give and we got so little back compared to what they could give. And so we developed this way out of balance, unfair, but we didn't know any better as children. We think, well, that must be the way it is. And it sinks into our subconscious down where, like the moon, down into the deep emotional areas, our subconscious, where our emotional inner child hangs out, and they kind of govern our life. They're in charge of the city gates that allow stuff to come into our life. So we can do all the positive affirmations and do all the stuff like the new moon intentions and all that, that's the energy. We talk about that in that podcast too. That's what brings it to the city gates. But if our inner child doesn't feel we deserve it yet, they're like, nope, the gates stay closed till I feel you've, reached the 1,000 coins. And once you've done that, then we allow you to have one. They open the gates, it comes in, they close it down again. It erases back at 0, got to earn it back again. But the podcast talks about how you can bring it from 1,000 to 1 down to 1 to 1. So encourage you to check that out. The podcast link is down in the description area or on my main page if you want to check that out. All right. All that said, you have the Hanged Man and the Knight of Coins. So there is this pause energy with the Hanged Man and the Knight of Coins, Knight of Pentacles. This is about your quest for your worth, which is reflected in the abundance. And if you feel like there is this slowness, I mean, you got the Knight of Pentacles and the Hanged Man, 2 slow cards. When we have this where we feel like everything has come to a halt, or it's like watching grass grow. I see it's growing, but oh my God, how long is this going to take, right? It happens for us to give us an opportunity to transform and grow ourselves so that we can stop drawing in lower vibrational things and we release the old and we're able to bring in the higher vibrational things. So the pause is for a reason, but I feel like if you look at the new moon wish energy and those like the other podcast around looking at, I'm drawing in things, I'm focusing on to draw things to me. But I also need to clear up my out of balance, give, like an overgiver energy, right? I feel like I have to give so much to deserve so little, which can be in job, in school, in relationships, lovers, friends, family, whoever. Like I can't accept things easily from people. I have to give. I'm the giver. It's there's some energy below that, right? I like this. You've got the Ace of Yellow Bricks, the Ace of Swords. Yeah. So they do want to bring you in clarity around here, around the Ace of Coins, around abundance. So they do want to show you this, because if you learn it now, then it transforms everything in your future. You've also got the Death card and the 7 of Bricks, and this one is 7 of Pentacles. And it's a time for an ending. It's a time to let go of what you felt was bringing you abundance, because like the 7 of Pentacles it's the last thing that grows on the fruit trees of fruit. It's another slow motion energy, right? But there's a second meaning to it, which is one that's coming through here for you, which is once you start to see the fruit, you also are like, meh, why did I plant an apple orchard? And you realize, oh, it was everyone else that wanted apples because they wanted applesauce and apple cider and apple fritters, ooh, and apple pie, or just apples. And they love that. But you're like, I'm more of a guacamole person. I want a avocado orchard. So it's about realizing what you were putting your worth into as well, and the change of um, what you're desiring is also going to change. So I feel like step one is looking into those repeating patterns, you know focusing on how can I draw things towards me in the most efficient way, which is what all those videos talk about. And then the abundance of, your inner child, that rate of exchange, that's what opens it up. But then the city gates open and you get some reward and some of the fruits of your labor come in and you're like, meh, I think I want to look at something different even. So I feel like that also comes as like part 2 that comes in. So I feel like that's what they have. Let's get to your fortune cookie here too. Go. And let's see what else they have here for you. Try again. Right. I gave you 2. So you have, yeah, close the chapter. So you got close the chapter here. which is that ending. It's like, all right, that's done. I want something new. And then I let go of fear and work in union with the universe. I let go of fear and work in union with the universe. I like it. And that is kind of that rate of exchange we realize instead of judging our worth by the outside world, we go inward and upward and we're like, I'm priceless. And our that changes the foundation because we sometimes are looking for our worth in the outside world, and we realize when I do that, I feel unstable. When I go inward and upward, I find the only stable thing in this realm, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms, which is the solid thing. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me make some more space here. So let me see here. So we've got Yoti. Thank you so much. I'll get you on the free list here. Good to see you. Get all the question here all together. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. And then we've got Jazz. Hey, Jazz. Good to see you. Hello, hello. Get you on the free list here as well. So we'll be heading into the free readings here momentarily. I just have one more donation at this point. And I'm like 2.5 hours in. So I'm going to finish Sarah for your reading. And then after that, I'm going to run to the little boy's room. And then I'll come back and I'll start on free readings. I do have quite a list going here. Let me see. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, almost 20 free readings. So we will get there. And thank you guys for all the thumbs up too. That's something, even if you have a free reading you can do that helps spread the Zen love, and it does help out my channel. It's where you can show me some love and show me you're enjoying your free readings and all your readings, and you're part of the love tsunami. You're helping spread the love. So thank you guys for those of you that do that. Appreciate that. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. So Sarah, hello, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your donation via PayPal. There's your timestamp. And let's see, we're going to start here in the middle deck here. All right. So Sir Mick. Let's find out here. So is he strictly platonic? Take a look here. Right, so that's that. And or will he change in the future? We'll find out either way if that changes in the future, right? Because we want to know either way. And will he make a move soon? All right. Let's see what we've got here. Do I have these two? Yep, we'll take all those. We'll get all the clarity we can get. All right. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of brooms, the 7 of wands that's coming in here, right? And I like that energy for you. I feel like this is be true to yourself, shine bright, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, don't feel like you have to defend who you are. They're like kind of like shine bright, buttercup, just be yourself. No matter whatever this reading is, they're like don't worry, you know, be true to yourself because you're going to draw a person to you that's going to love you for who you are, not who who we think we're supposed to be, right? They're going to fly your freak flag as an Aquarian sun sign. We believe in that. See, like undiagnosed. It says, but something ain't right. It says that at the bottom. So, it's like, that's right. I'm going to be me. And I'll draw a person to me that loves me for me, not for who I have to try to pretend to be, and then eventually have to come out as who I am, right? A crazy raccoon. All right, so let's see here what's going on here. Is he strictly platonic? The kindred, which is the lover's card, and the ace of cups. This would be no, they're not strictly platonic. You're definitely an important relationship to them, and there's a lot of love that's there. There is a little bit of energy with this that's coming in that they they don't have a ton of self-love for themselves. So it's difficult for them to share more love than I mean, we can't share more love with others than we have for ourselves. So if I love myself this much, all I can do is flow that much, right? So as they develop their higher self-love, this self-love opens up then our ability to give and receive love to the outside world also goes. So there is some there. Let's see, does it change? Will it change in the future? We got the Page of Cups. No, it'll only get more. It'll go from a 10 of cups to an 11. So, it feels like it only yeah, it does change, but it changes and it feels like the love is growing here. You've got the Empress energy, yeah. So there's a lot of emotional energy. Underneath the Empress, she rolls over all 4 queens. So all 4 queens give their energy to the empress. Well, behind the scenes of each queen, they have cups, love energy. So that's 4 cups plus the queen of cups. That's 5 parts love and emotion. 1 part fire, 1 part earth, 1 part air, right? So again, a lot of emotion that might not be able to be expressed, but it's there. Oh, wow. Yeah. And then the emperor. So you got divine counterpart energy with the empress and the emperor. So I feel like it does change, but not in a bad way. So I'm glad we pulled cards for that. That's what they wanted you to know is no, it's not platonic. They just they can't express it because they don't have a lot of self-love for themselves. But it only just keeps growing and growing and they see what a compatible, you know, individuals you are, right? And then will he make a move soon? Let's see what we got here. So you've got the 10 of yellow bricks and the page of wands. So the 10 of yellow bricks is the 10 of swords, which is, you know, sick and tired of trying to live up and pleasing everyone else. And it gives them passion, it gives action here. And I feel like they look beyond their fears for a moment and they do take action. It does come forward and they take action. Let's see what that action is. It's the 3 of brooms, 3 of wands. It is in a way different than you think it would be or should go, but I feel like they just do things differently anyway, right? They do. They're not normal, and that's an attraction, right? But they do have actions that are unexpected and different than you would go, oh, okay." Like you would expect someone to bring you flowers if they're interested, and they bring you, I don't know, just something, you know, "Here's some dog food for your dogs. Thank you." For them, that's an act of like they're giving flowers, but they do things in their own way, and you're like, "Oh, that was like," because in their mind, flowers die, but this will keep your animal alive. I mean, that's the way they work, kind of. So you're like, "Oh, okay, we speak different languages. I need to learn your language. I need to get curious and learn your language because you can't express it to me the way I expect, my normal, what I perceive as the normal way. So they're going to bring it to you the abnormal way. He brings you celery. See, you can eat those. The other flowers are not as good as celery. So it is a flower. It does grow in the ground like a flower. That's funny. That's perfect. Then, underneath, yeah, we have the 9 of spears, the 9 of swords. So, there definitely is a lot of fears that keep them from expressing their heart. So, obviously, they had with not having a whole lot of self-love for themselves, they didn't have too fun of a time growing up. Not a whole lot of love, giving them a lot of punishment, a lot of needing to protect their heart from people. So that's why where they're at, with where they are. But yeah, we got the 2 of cans, the 2 of cups. That's a relationship energy again, like the Lover's card. You got the 5 of yellow bricks, the 5 of swords, but that is the battle between the head and the heart, and the 6 of coins, the 6 of pentacles. That's that codependent energy from when they were younger. Yeah, and the Tower card. The fear of being abandoned, the fear of not being enough, um, the fear of having someone suddenly leave their life. They might have had like a parent that died or that left when they were younger, that or a grandparent that they were really, really close to. And but I feel like they experienced a lot of sudden loss when they were younger that made them really overprotect their heart, because I feel like there could have been some abuse and bullying from different people, in their life too. They're strong from it, but they're also very protected from it too. And they didn't learn how to share love, share their emotions the way that normal people do. And that's all right. Let them be abnormal, you know. Um, they have everything they need within them, though. When we were looking at the Tin Man, he thought he didn't have a heart, but he had it all along. He didn't need to go to the wizard to, get that, right? So, I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie, because of your donation amount, you do get a Shaman's Dream Oracle. So, since it was $5 or more, you get one of these. So, let's see what else they want you to know here. Yep, this one here. Boom. So we've got overflow, overwhelm, and plenty. Yeah, I love this. 43. So many good things are headed your way or are already occurring in your life right now. Yet you may be thinking that they're not possible or you're not worthy of them. Abundance is everyone's natural state before we project our restrictions on it, defining what it means, who has it, who gets it, and so forth. Right now, take yourself out of your conditioning and look at your life through the eyes of plenty. There's so much beauty and love, opportunities and divine synchronicities destined to support your dreams abound and are lined up for you. Yet, it's sometimes difficult to discern it all because you're bombarded with too much information and stimulation, distracting you from the truth that all is well. Sometimes all this overflow can be overwhelming, and you may find yourself responding with empathy overload. Empathy overload occurs when you tune into the collective angst and fear about impending changes and uncertainties. It's unmanageable. You'll feel like you're drowning in those emotions. It's time to allow yourself to detach, bring yourself back to your life, restore your faith in a power greater than you, and remind yourself to focus on your smaller personal universe, which is much easier to manage. Come back to what's in your control, right? In this way, you know that you are a conduit for life's blessings and can share them with others, making this perception of overflow profoundly positive. I love it. This is reminding my last two podcasts. This one that just came out is the Empath's Heart Song. This talks about empathic overload in a way, like it was talking about, when we're feeling like so overwhelmed, what can we do? There's some of that tools in there. And the podcast right before that is Abundance, Where It Be. And there was some kind of that energy in that card too. So if you haven't checked those out, those are free. You can, if you click in there, or if you go to the playlist and you want to listen to number 14 first, you can. They're, they're independent. You can listen to 15 and then 14. It's not going to impact anything. But if you're interested, check those out. All right. So hopefully that helps, Sarah. That's what. Oh, yeah. He said, "Will he make a move soon?" I was like, "Will he move soon?" No, you want to know, will he make a move soon? So, um, soon. Let me do a quick when card, just to say based on his current energies. So I feel like you kind of want to know that. All right, this card. Oh my gosh, there's like I feel because all the cards were like it was like hard to shuffle them, and they're like that's kind of everything is kind of out of whack with their energy. So they're like, this is like a picture of this moment in time, but don't use this as oh my god. It's they're like it can change tomorrow. I feel like they're like they got a lot of changing things going on with them, and they're kind of all over the place. I don't know if they have ADHD. I kind of get that energy with them, but it's it depends on when you take the picture that you get it right. Oh, you got the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, anytime. Okay, that makes sense. You never know. It could just come out of the blue. But you have the Wheel of Fortune. It will be the perfect timing. It's the tune of for you. So you can trust that it'll be in the perfect timing. I know. So that's what they have for you, Sarah. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. We have Explainer Life as well. Hey, Explainer. Let's get you on the free list here. All right. And Yoti, you want to know what's your current energy as well? All right. I'll add that onto your free reading here. All right. Whoops. Try that again. There we go. All right. He is erratic. All right. Yay. So that'll change as he raises his self-love too, but I feel like it's going to take a little while. So enjoy the adventure, while you're at it, right? All right. So that is it for my donation. So I'm going to run to the gentleman's facilities, and then when I come back, we'll start on free readings. If any donations come in while I'm gone, I will do 30 minutes of free readings and then go to finish out any donations. If any no other donations come in, I'll just keep going on with all the free readings. We have about 20 free readings. So we'll get on those when I return. So thank you guys for your patience. Be right back. All right. I am back. No kidding, right? Couldn't tell. Alrighty. So we will dive in and with the free readings. And as always, we will put a pinned comment when we're done with all of the readings completed with timestamps. So if you ever need to check those out, they're always available after the stream has ended. So, Mini Heal, you're up first to 5544. So here is your timestamp. And I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. So you want to know any major events coming before 2026 ends. All right, based on current energy, what you would consider major event. You got the Knight of Flowers and the 10 of Bricks. Yeah. Well, Knight of Cups, of course, is like movement of emotion, could be romance. And then you get the 10 of Bricks, the 10 of Pentacles. So there is these possibilities of a relationship, an important relationship coming in here. So I would consider that a major event that you're finding a love interest by the end of the year. So, um, anything else around that? I'm trying to see, is there anything? I feel like we talked about that already, didn't we? It feels like it feels familiar, but I feel like there's, I mean, that's a major event. You will find them. But of course, with that 10 of Pentacles, that is about abundance, focusing on gratitude for what you do have and what you have had. Love, it can be, doesn't have to be romantic. It's friends, family, whoever too. Like, what love do you have in your life right now? Grateful for that. Grateful for the Creator's unconditional eternal love, your self love. Um, but of course, any love you've had in the past, what did you love? What are you grateful for about the interactions with love in the past? All of that just helps draw in more of that. It's like going into a donut shop, right? And or a pastry shop, and you point out all the donuts and pastries you love, you get more of that. If you point out stuff you hate and didn't like, you get that, because whatever you point at is what you draw to you and ends up in the donut box, the pastry box. So I feel like that's an important energy for you there. And the only thing that you can really do to help bring it in, make sure it does come in this year or encourage it to come in this year is work on your self love, right? Because the more you raise your vibration, your self-love vibration, the faster things happen and come in. So that's what they have for you, Minihil. Ooh, exciting. Right. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Maria P, you are up to 5814. There is your timestamp. Thank you for your donations earlier. So for your general reading, free reading for love and work. So love and work. So for love, yeah, you got the 5 of flowers, the 5 of cups. So there's a little bit of conflict, which obviously we were talking about that earlier, but that just confirms it. Sometimes it can feel like the house is falling down, right? But, you know, at least you get some good shoes out of it, right? That's from the Wizard of Oz when the house fell on the on the Wicked Witch. Oh, is that what's gonna happen? Well, if the house falls on the Wicked Witch, then I get to change my love, right? No, that's not what it means. But there is this, you can change how you feel about your relationship because it isn't what happens in the outside world. It's not what, like, Wally does or doesn't do. What anyone does, you know, would be any relationship you're in, doesn't define the story that you choose, because you choose the story of what things mean, and then you would, your emotional soundtrack that you have attached to that is what starts up. So if you're like, oh, they didn't invite me to that, so they must be inviting that, that means something about me, so now I'm upset and I play a revenge song or the Runaway Bride song or the Escape Out of Here, you know, or whatever song, the emotional, ugh. But you can change that into going and uh, use the any opportunity that you're having of conflict to go, why am I conflicted? Because it's not someone making me feel some way. It's me. I'm choosing to feel this way because I was triggered into my fear. And so a fear emotion was attached to my fear story. and that feels like crap, right? When we have a higher vibration story we put to a situation, we get a upbeat, joyful, soundtrack that comes with it, right? So I feel like that's important to know, and then for work, you got the judgment card, the calling card. Where are you being called to, right? You've been getting this judgment card a lot with your career, readings, and I do feel like it is this energy of, um, what are you really drawn to? What is it that you wanna do? Have you ever thought about what you wanted to do, or did you just kinda end up I know for me, I ended up in customer service 'cause I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I had to do something. I ended up in retail in the beginning, transitioned and kind of in the same because retail is kinda like customer service, moved into, like, call center, you know, customer service, and was in that all my life, and then moved up in management because I didn't know what I wanna do, but they wanted me to move up, so I moved up, and I just kinda went with what I was being pushed in or, but it wasn't my calling, and it's like there's this energy of what is your calling? Have you thought about it? You can do it now instead of waiting until you're in your 50s to go, "Oh, I'm gonna go live my dream now." Alright. So, cheers, Maria. That's what they have for you, my dear. Alright. So, up next, we got Lotus of Serendipity at 3:01:56. Whoa, that's not the colon here. Oh, hitting the wrong button here. There we go. So, there is your timestamp. And happy Sunday to you too. I am having a good day. Hope you're having a good one too. So you'd like a message from the Holy Spirit, please? Absolutely. Let's take a look here and see. The Holy Spirit would have you say. Right, thank you. Looks like you got 3 cards. So you've got here, got the star card. Wish upon the star. There's something about your true north here. Follow the star. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the tower. 2 major arcana and the 7 of spears, the 7 of swords. So I feel here, you know, the tower card is that, there's something or someone was removed out of your life on purpose for purpose because there was a deception, there was a deceiver, there was energy here of someone wasn't being truthful, and it was removed out to save you from falling into the trap. You know, they were really good at drawing people in, and they were removed. The situation was removed out of your life to open up your space for something that's truly in line with your higher self to clear away a path for you to move forward. So, whatever this obstacle was, it was for you, is what they want to make sure you know. And with that star card, that's your true north. What truly is what you want, wishing upon a star, you'd have ended up settling and being drawn off of your path of what you wanted to head toward. But this has been moved out of the way on purpose. Now you're able to move forward into something, like I said, that's more in alignment with your higher self towards your true dream come true, not, someone else's dream. Like you'd end up, like I said, settling instead of seeing that the pathway is open for you to have your biggest dreams come true. The other one, it would it would take you on a big scenic route. You would eventually be able to get it, but they're like, "We're gonna keep you on the direct route." So we did this for you in alignment with your higher self, of course. They didn't, you know, spirit, creator, um, the whole spirit realm, they don't do things because they feel this is what we want to do, what you need to do. They are working on our behalf at behest of our higher self, because they do honor our free will. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, Lotus. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ascending Universal Butterfly, you are up. Thank you again so much for all of your support on the channel here. let's grab your timestamp here. You got 3:05:05. So I am ready with the tea, the coffee. I'm doing good. How are you doing? You hanging in there? So you would like to have an energy reading regarding new activations. All right, we're going to switch up and use the middle deck here. So what about new activations? Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you're definitely getting one. Got the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands, which is like an energetic upgrade, downloads, coming in. Three of Wands, it is here. The Three of Brooms is about it alters and it changes your course. Well, you, with this new upgrade, want to change things because it brings in clarity here for you. These activations in this, they're showing me an additional meaning for the Three of Wands for you too, because they're showing that this activation not only allows you to continue doing something you were doing, it like opens up two other portals, two other abilities even, that are related to it. It would be like, let's say, um, I am able to channel messages through tarot, let's say, right? And then I get this activation where suddenly I'm channeling people that are on the other side. And it's like, whoa. And then I open up and I start channeling energy where I can do energy work to help people do emotional release. It's like, it's like this is what's happening. And it opens up these three gates, these three portals. One is expanding, like with this, my tarot reading in that example would be even expanded even more, where maybe I'm having messages come through from people on the other side, or I have access to do past life readings, or just this opening up a lot of different avenues for you. So I like that for you. So that is what they have for you, butterfly. Oh, I like that. Boom, boom, boom. Buckle up, buttercup. All right. And then we have Christina Lowe. Christina, here is your timestamp. And if you didn't listen to your reading from yesterday, I did do that because I let you know that you won the new moon reading. You won a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. So you got my deets. So just reach out to me. Let me know what you want, and we'll get you squared away if you do want to claim it. So I don't force people to, but I would love to be able to do that. All right. So then your question is here. You'd like to know the energy surrounding your son and his family move up here with you. Wow. Is everyone moving back home? All right, let's take a look here. So what are the energies around your son and his family moving back? Okay. I got the 10 of yellow bricks, which is the 10 of swords, and the Knight of Spears, which is the Knight of Swords in that one. So there's this progression. I like this, because it's the 10 to the number 12 that's in here. But there is this energy of letting go of expectations, right? I feel like something that will help with all the energy is to, you know, release the supposed to be, the should be, the need be, the have to be, the must be. Because when we focus on expectations, we start focusing on what's not happening. And this Knight of Swords, Knight of Spears is about changing our mindset to where we see it from a different perspective, which is what am I grateful for? Focus on what they are doing that you love and you're so grateful for, and even be grateful to them for those things, not focus on what they're not doing and how they're not doing it the way they're supposed to or should or whatever. But it's all about the gratitude. Gratitude grows, expectations shrink, right? And I feel like that's important here. They're reminding me, I went and moved near my brother and his family and my mom. They all live in northern Idaho. um, and I moved there, and a big thing I learned there when I was there was the expectations that were bubbling still below the surface that well, this is how family's supposed to act, and this is what I'm supposed to do, and this is what they're supposed to do, and blah, 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 blah. I learned a lot about releasing all that, going, no, I get to be who I am. They all get to be who they are, and they all chose to live up there. And I'm like, and I don't want to live. I didn't want to live there anymore. Um, and I allowed myself to move somewhere else. But I freed all that guilt and all that, you know, disappointment in what people did and didn't do and everything. And it's a great freedom that comes in with all that. And I feel like that's kind of the energy here is everyone's learning a lot to let go of expectations and just sit in gratitude for who people are, not who we think they're supposed to be and should do and what they should be doing, blah, 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 right? So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Yeah, if you want to use your reading to dive even more, we can do that, right? Right. So that's your free reading. Many blessings to you. All right, Kat Mia, you're up. 31116 is yours. Here's your timestamp. Sorry, mouse. Cooperate, mouse. All right, there we go. So, is the time strategy you found correct and works perfectly? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your energies, is it correct? Is the time correct? You've got the page of yellow bricks, the page of swords, which is not, it's not 100% correct because the page of swords would be the need for clarity, the need to look at it from a higher perspective, and you gain clarity around it. Um, we have the strength card here too, Leo energy. And what is this? It's fire energy. It's forward progression. I like it. I'm like, what are you trying to tell me? And they're like, look at the card. It's not the strength card energy, it's the card itself. You're on the right path. Follow the yellow brick road. Follow the yellow brick road. That's from the Wizard of Oz, right? So you're on the right path. Keep going. You'll get clarity along the way. So hopefully that helps. All right. That's what they have for you, Kat Mia. So many blessings to you. And we have Essence of Ethereal Serenity. You are up. Hello, hello. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So I'm glad you were looking forward to the live. I'm always looking forward to them. I'm excited to see what comes through. You would love a message from Mother Mary. Absolutely. Let's take a look here and see what the Mother Mary has to say. What would she like to bring through for you? Oh, such compassionate energy connecting with her. Yeah, I like this. We've got this Page of Cups, which is the Page of Flowers, and the King of Brooms, which is the King of Wands energy. And both of these cards combined together, her message is, you know, it's okay to clear the throne room. You know, the King of Wands has all these people yapping about the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. This is what you should do with the kingdom. And no. And everyone's arguing, has different opinions, conflicting things. And the king is like, sound the trumpets to shut everyone up, right? So they sound the trumpets. Everyone's like, oh, the king is about to speak. And the king goes, thank you for all your opinions and all your information. Please leave all that in that box on the way out the door. Please clear the throne room. So they get it's like getting out of your mind. And that Page of Cups is getting into your heart. Sit and go, where's my heart leading me? Where's my joy leading me? Where's my excitement leading me? And then make a plan and put energy behind following your heart. Your mind will support your heart going, but the mind, if it's in control, will try to overthrow, the whole shebang. And I feel it's time to get out of your head and into your heart. And so she's basically, of course, the Lady of the Sacred Heart, right? She's saying, follow your heart. Let your heart lead the way. It won't lead you wrong. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you. Essence, many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Bonita. You're up. So Bonita, thank you so much. Here is your timestamp. And So you're feeling overwhelmed about getting your house in order after moving. I know, right? Will things start to improve? All right, let's take a look here. So based on your current energies, okay, they got this one and this one. So you've got the Knight of Spears and the Two of Spears. So Two of Swords and the Knight of Swords. There's a lot of clarity that comes in here. Um, and they're saying that it can definitely improve, but this is about a change of mindset, a change of story, looking at all this from a different perspective, right? So your overwhelmed feeling, the stress that's coming in has to do with your story about what the current condition of things in your home, what it means. There's some story you're putting to it. I'm supposed to be this, I'm supposed to be that, right? You have all these expectations of this is how things should be. And you're down here and you're feeling all this lack. You're feeling in the negative. You're feeling the pressure of needing to get up to zero. But if you change your mindset, you change the story from what's not happening to what you love about your house, how grateful you are to be in the home that you're in. You're grateful for what has been completed, and you get out of your head from the stress. Because stress, when you focus on the lack, you get more lack. It becomes less. And, it's less organized, less together. When you start focusing on what you do love and what you do enjoy about what is set up and put away or whatever organized, that you just start taking it one another step instead of feeling like you're so behind. You have so many steps. In gratitude, you're just looking at the very next thing and the next thing, and it's not overwhelmed, it's not stressed, you know. And if you're worried about what other people think, which is usually where a lot of our stress comes from, if anyone comes in and said, "Oh God, why don't you have everything put away?" "Oh, thank you for volunteering for helping me put things away." That's the last time they'll say anything. If any used to fear like, "Oh, what if someone comes over and the floor is not vacuumed and, there's dishes in the sink." Well, I'll put out the dishwashing soap and I'll put out the vacuum. And if anyone comes in and they're gonna judge me, well, there's the vacuum. You can vacuum if you want. You can fix that problem if you'd like. So hopefully that helps. Laugh, 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 enjoy, gratitude, and just you're in a beautiful home and you're going to make it your own. So things can get better. Just got to change your story, right? Right. So many blessings to you, Bonita. All right. Eagle, you're up 318 even. So, Eagle, here's your time stamp. And a general for the upcoming week. All right. What does Spirit want you to know about the upcoming week? We got that one. And this one here. And you got the Two of Yellow Bricks, this is the Two of Swords, and the Ace of Cups. Feel like you're going to have a decision to make coming up here with the Two of Swords. It's like being at a crossroads. You have a decision to make. And with the Ace of Cups, this is about, the advice or the suggestion from Spirit is saying, in this decision, try choosing from your heart, not your head. Close your eyes, open your heart, and go, what do I want to do? When you come from here, you're going to know the answer. Otherwise, you're going to kind of feel confused because your mind is going, do this. And your heart's like, no, do this. And your heart knows the way. And so when you close your eyes and open your heart, then the answer comes and Spirit's going, choose that. And if you have a couple decisions, try that because your mind will back up your heart and find a way to make all that happen and work, and you'll be happy about it. If your mind wins, you'll feel like you're existing and your heart will just pout. You'll be like, I don't want to do that. So hopefully that helps, Eagle. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. And then Olivier Vagara, you are up 319.42. Hello, hello. There you go. And will your profile appear interest for somebody or company and work relate coming by? All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, right? They do want those two. Yep. I do feel like it will. You know, you've got the strength card is the sun. It's Leo energy ruled by the sun. So the strength card, it's like this confidence energy. It's that you are seen like the sun. It shines bright. Be yourself, you know, don't hold back. It's like there's this confidence here too. You got the justice card, which is a lot of clarity. There is this balancing energy that it feels like comes in here for you, and it's a lot of clarity. You know, this ace of swords, it's giving you this perspective, and I feel like you kind of alter your profile throughout the week, and I feel like you do that because you're changing your profile and your the piece of paper, what is that called? I haven't applied for a job in a very long time, evidently. You know, our it's like a profile, right? It's all your work history, everything that you are altering it to fit what you're searching for. Not trying to say, well, this is best for all these kind of jobs, but I feel like you'll alter it during this week to make it be for the job that you're wanting. And then you draw it in. The more true it is to who you are and what you really want, the more you draw it towards you. If you're trying to like, well, this will hit all these 4 different kinds of jobs, make it distinct to what you're specifically wanting, not make it general. I feel like will help you as well. So hopefully that helps. Um, resume is the word I was looking for earlier. You know, it's like when we do a resume, when you have a cover letter, you alter the cover letter for and the stuff within it to for the job that you're applying for, because you when you alter it to be for that particular, then you use the wording, you put in the experience that applies for it, and you leave the stuff out that wouldn't matter to them. It just bogs it down, right? But for this, other job, then you take out this and you put some other stuff back in because they do want this stuff. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. So many blessings to you, Olivier. All right, Rose Crump, you're up 322.56 is your timestamp. All right, and you would love a message surrounding your twin's dad. All right, we'll take a look there. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, what around the twins' dad here? Okay, this and this. I love it. Love that we got the 6 of Cups, which is the children, like a child's energy, right? And, um, so they do there is this love for children, for the children, and, and I like that. I like that energy that's coming in. This Hierophant is an interesting energy that's coming in, and it's the Hierophant is like the teacher. It's like our higher self allowing us to see things from a different perspective, right? They're also here, though, the master of the stepping stones. And the card of 5 is the number of change, right? And so help us change, they help us learn something and grow, and then we move on to something else. So there is this message that comes in from spirit that, you know, they were not meant to be in your life forever. They were a stepping stone. You did have beautiful twins from them, right? And they did their duty and then they're on, they that was the purpose. That was a big purpose, was to bring them into your life, but they weren't meant to be forever. They were meant, whatever you learned and gleaned from them, you can even sit with it and go, what did I learn in this mirror of this person? What did I see about myself? What gift was in this relationship for me besides twins, right? You're like, my babies, but what else? And I feel like that's the message here, is that it's okay they weren't it wasn't designed for them to be with you forever. It's not a failure. It the task was completed, and that's why they're no longer, I feel like there's no longer in the picture, right? Or they're I don't know if they're past or they're moved on or you're not in a relationship anymore. Um, but that was the purpose. They weren't meant to be forever. It's an interesting message, right, Rose? So hang in there. That is what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Blueberry 32547 for you. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So, how can you navigate through your fears? Any guidance from spirit? All right, absolutely. Let's take a look here. Thank you. Boom, boom. Well, well, you got the Eight of Spears, which is the Eight of Swords, and the Justice card, which has the Ace of Swords that are in there, right? Ace of Swords is balance, and that's what you're wanting to do is how can I navigate? How can I balance this stuff out? Well, swords energy, that's where our fears exist, right? When we get the Nine of Swords, the Ten of Swords, that's about our expectations. And that's where our fears come from. Our fears at its root are based in not living up to these rules we were given to, these conditional love laws. I call them small T truths rooted in fear. That, we're given all this rules about if you don't do this, you're a failure and you're unlovable, rejectable, you're never gonna be loved, you're gonna die alone, you're gonna end up, being eaten by wolves on the edge of the town because everyone's gonna chase you out of town like a monster, and, the stories that come up of fear, when you bring them up from the quietness and the darkness and talk about them, they start to sound silly at some point, right? You're like, "Really? No, that's not true." We start to face our fears. That's how we release them. This Eight of Spears, Eight of Swords is this wonderful that you have been releasing and you will continue to release these small T truths, these expectations that don't serve you anymore, those that would have made you feel, blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and worthless and um, less than, right? When the opposite is what's true. And the balance on the other side of the scale is when you realize more of who you remember who you really are, not this character that we were taught is less than. When you realize you are a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit guide, not spirit guide, spirit being, you are a spirit guide too, it's to some people, made of unconditional love. When you realize I'm this big being, this is just this is one small expression of who I am, but who I really am is that. When we step out of that being defined by all those old, small T truths and we connect more to the capital T truths rooted in unconditional love, then that's what balances out the scale. So, how to navigate our fears is to not spend all of our time focusing on our fears, because the more we focus on our fears, the bigger they appear and they seem to grow. I used to say spend like 80/20, 80% of my time on higher vibration, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and connecting to the higher realms, to who I really am. And then 20% on my whatever shadow, whatever fears are going, hey, hey, hey. If they're bugging me every day, then they're asking for me to pay attention to them. I'm going to get to the root of where that fear is. Just keep on asking, so what am I afraid will happen? Well, if I lose my job, um, I'll lose my home. All right. Well, what are we afraid will happen if I lose my home? Well, I'll, I'll have to, move. And what if I can't find somewhere to live? What are you afraid of? We start going down when we get to the root of it. Like I said, somewhere it breaks down. Well, if we think, I'll be out on the streets living in an alley, it's like, no, you have friends, you have family, we have government support, we have different ways that I won't be living, I'll find somewhere that won't happen. And then we face that fear. That fear, psh, once our mind sees that it's a lie, we can't believe it again. So hopefully that helps. Also, my free podcast The easier path has a ton of content about and tools that help us transform and see things differently to where it's an easier path instead of a harder one. So if you check that out, that's all available too for free if you're interested. All right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Carmel Damon. You are up 33030. Look at all these threes. So Carmel, let me get your timestamp here for my mouse will work. There we go. So you want to know DL's current feelings and intentions towards you. So current feelings for DL and intentions. So the current feelings, we do have the 7 of bricks, the 7 of pentacles. Now the 7 of pentacles is an energy of kind of like patience, of the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit, and not a rush, not a rush to get anywhere with the emotions. This is more seeing how things will unfold. Let's just see what goes on. No intentions, no, plan. Just let's see what grows. Let's see what happens here. Because they're not sure with the 7 of pentacles. They're like, once I see the fruit, what if I'm not happy? And this is what I want, then I want to have the option to change that if I want. And there's that kind of, well, let's see. I'm not sure you're what I want. And because they don't know what they want, so that's why they're not sure, because they're unclear in here. How can they be clear out here, right? So I feel like that's kind of what the energy's underneath. What are their intentions? Well, we kind of said that there's, they don't have intentions right now. And here's the judgment card, the calling card, which, it's their intentions are to follow. Yeah, in this case, wherever the wind blows them, like they're in a hot air balloon. I only can control that so much. If the wind blows me this direction, I can only control where it takes me. And so I don't feel like they have a whole lot of intentions right now besides just let's see what happens kind of energy. So there was a card that they're bringing back that came out earlier, one of the fortune cookies that said, um, no decision is also a decision. Like not making a choice is also a choice. And it's like, oh, yeah. So there's something to look at that. If someone isn't choosing us, then that's not about us, that's about what's going on with them. And if like I used to have a very low self-esteem growing up, and if someone showed interest in me, that's all it took, and I was in a relationship with them. Um, most of my relationships were that. They showed interest in me, and then I'm like, "Oh, someone wants me. Okay." It wasn't like, "Oh, I want them and I want to be with them." I was going somewhere with this, because I had a low self-esteem, that's all it took. But now, as I grew, my self-confidence and my self-love and self-worth grew, if someone didn't show interest in me and they were like, "Well, I don't know." I'm like, "Well," that to me, inside of me, this is the confidence is, well, if you're not smart enough to see that I'm like a prize, then you're showing me you're not there in a place, to be with me, because I need someone who can recognize my worth. And if you can't recognize it in me, well, uh, you're telling me something, So hopefully that helps, Kamal. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Hang in there. Little Pink Pearl, you're up. 33407 is yours. So Little Pink, here is your timestamp. Whoops. There we go. And then you want to know, what does Spirit want to tell you? All right, let's see here. What do they have for you? Oh, boom, boom. You got the 5 of brooms, the 5 of wands, and you have the ace of coins, the ace of pentacles. So, the 5 of brooms, the 5 of wands is a conflict energy. And there is kind of a drama, kind of a firestorm that's happening. And so whatever this is, if it's not happening now, it'll be coming here. But they're saying just stay in the eye of the storm, because the ace of pentacles is, this is for you. This is an abundant thing. You'll see it while you're in it if you stay out of the storm. In this case, it's like you might be the one that when there's a fight going on among a group of people, they come to you to be the peacemaker and you make it right. And you are the go in between and you help smooth things over and blah, 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 right? And it's not that they're in this particular situation, especially, they're not, the drama doesn't involve you, but they're looking for you to solve the drama. And Spirit's saying, butt out, keep your butt out of it, keep your nose out of it, right? Mind your business, because it's time for them to learn to get along. You can maintain your relationship with individuals, but you're not responsible about their interactions with each other. It's time for them to grow up and be adults and work it out themselves. And if you're their crutch, they'll never learn. And so it's time now. You've done what you needed to do, but now it's time for you to back off and let people deal with their own stuff and all that energy you've been investing into these black holes that they never learn. They keep repeating the same stuff because they're not learning the lessons when you're doing all the work to make everything better. So with them having to do the work, they'll suddenly go think twice about being a putz in the future, right? So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Sinkadoo. You are up 336. Whoops. 32, I think is what it was. Yep. So Sinkadoo. I love that. Here is your timestamp. So you want to know, what does the past person feel for you, and are you getting back together? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, what do they think, and is there possibilities of getting back together? All right. So what they feel for you, we have the Two of Wands. So this is more passionate energy, but it is also this going back and forth kind of energy. Like in moments they're really attracted to you and on fire, not emotions. That's water energy. This is fire, passion, attraction, energetic attraction, physical attraction. And then they're not. It's kind of this fickle on, off, on, off, on, off energy, right? Um, yeah, it's like when they're in heat, they're thinking about you, and then when they're not in heat anymore, then they don't. It's just like there's this, and this probably is could be why they're not in your life currently, right? Is that they weren't able to give emotion, just passion, because they don't have a whole lot of self-love, and this kind of energy comes in. It's they learn to express themselves through action and motion and sex and passion, kind of stuff. But emotion, not a whole lot, right? And so that's why it's heat, cold, heat, cold, heat, cold. Are you guys getting back together? You got the Six of Brooms, the Six of Wands. They're saying here, and this is all possibility energy, if you guys, there is a chance that you guys can get back together, but it's just for not emotion, right? It's only for the passion, and then that dies off, because there's not emotion being expressed, just the passion. It's just fire. And it doesn't have to do that you're not lovable. It's about their capacity. They can't love someone more than they love themselves. They have very little self-love in their life at this time in their adventure. So that's all they can give. But they can give a lot of passion. And that's what they learned. Well, if I give this, then they'll take it. People have taken that as, oh, you love me. And they're like, okay, that's not what it means. That's just the only way they're able to express attraction energy, but they don't have a whole lot of self-love, so they can't give a whole lot of love. So hopefully that's helped Sinkadoo. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. I say move on. That's just Bretta Z. I'm all psst. You know, I used to, it's because I would fall for the possibilities of who someone could be, not who they were. And they hardly ever, okay, they never met up to the potential of who I knew they could be. It was always just who they were, and they weren't looking at changing. So, what are you going to do, right? So, that's what they have there for you. Hey, Langland. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Do you want a general reading or do you have a specific question? All right. Jojo, you're up 34004. Here's your timestamp. Look at all those zeros and fours. So, oh, that's right. Did you cause mayhem at the kitchen today? Let's take a look here. Like I said, I go, yeah, chances are yes, right? Let's see here. Knight of coins. I like this. It's like the patiently waiting and then boom with the six of wands. Let's see what this other card is here too. You got the six of cans, the six of cups. Did you open up a can of whoop ass? Can of worms? Let's see here. We got these oh, sorry, that was the nine of cups. That's like a dream come true. I don't know why I saw that as a six. But yeah, you've got the six of brooms and the nine of cups. Six of wands. It's a victory energy. It's a patience energy. It doesn't feel like it here because the knight of coins is, you know, a slow, patient, slowest knight out of them all. So it's like a patient thing. Six of boom. It's like I feel like I'm calling it the six of booms instead of brooms. So whatever kind of blew up at the kitchen today, I feel like it was something that was brewing and it's like you didn't cause it, but you might have been the one that kind of put the feather that broke the camel's back, right? A feather doesn't break a camel's back. It's all the other stuff that happened before it. So it's like you might have been the Kali for the situation, but it needed to happen. So um I feel like don't blame yourself or have guilt around it. It was supposed to happen. So hopefully that helps, Jojo. That's what they have for you. Many blessings. All right. And then we have Celino. You're up 34228. Here is your timestamp. And does he think of you or has he moved on? May he come back? All right, let's take a look here. It's like I want to move to the number one portion of the deck here. All right. So does he think of you or has he moved on? Is that one? And then is there possibility of him coming back? All right. So we have the nine of coins, the nine of pentacles, which is kind of like this hermit energy, this self-sufficiency energy here. So it does feel here, I don't feel like they're really focused outwardly thinking about other people. So I feel like they're, you know, to themselves. So kind of somewhere in between, does he think of me as he moved on? I feel like he thinks of you to think about what happened, where do I want to go going forward, but it's really internally focused on themselves. I don't feel like when we say have they moved on, I feel like they've moved out, but they haven't like moved on to someone else yet. I feel like they're focusing on themselves right now, not externally. Is there a possibility of him coming back? We have the King of Coins, the King of Pentacles, and that does say that there is a possibility, but what has to happen is both of you need to like look at how you're defining your worth because you can't keep doing what you've always done and expect something different, right? So there has to be change and it has to be about your self-worth. Um, Meaning that if you've been defining yourself by the three buckets of the outside world, which are relationships, situations, and things, jobs, education, body, bank account, possessions, relationships of all kinds, lovers, friends, family, whoever. When we define ourselves by the outside world, we feel unstable because those relationships are unstable until we find our anchor inside of us, which is the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. When we connect with that, then we are solid, then our relationships with others can be solid because we're not defining ourselves by them. If our anchor's out here and they're constantly moving and changing, then we're constantly moving and changing. Like one of those, you ever see those like at car dealerships or big announcements where they have these big blow up things that are going all over the place? That's how we feel and what we look like when we're defining ourselves by someone else. When we find our self love, our self worth, and that strong foundation connected to the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms, then we can have a solid relationship. But I feel like that's what would need to happen for you guys to kind of come back together, because there is that instability that's there, that constant feelings of lack, feeling of not being enough, not having enough that comes in, right? So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Langland. I'll grab you and get you on the list here. There's only I think there's just a few in front of you here. We've got Yoti, Jazz, Explainer Life, and then you'll be up after that. So Yoti Das, you were up 346.35. There is your timestamp. So, hello, hello. You want to know? Abhishek is cheating on me. He's your boyfriend, and he's not hasn't been, I think, talking to you since the last 3 to 4 days. Something bad is going happen with me again because of him or because of any reason. And what's your current energy? All right, let's take a look here. All right, let's shuffle these up. That's a lot of cards. All right. Take a last sip of my coffee here. Yep, a little too much there. All right. So let's see here. Is Abhishek cheating, or what can we know about what's going on with them here? What's this? No contact and everything going on here. So we have the Page of Spears, the Page of Swords. I do feel here, I feel like they're trying, it's like they're stepped away. At the bottom of the deck, I just wanted some extra, information. They've got the Devil card here and the Knight of Cups. So I feel like they're trying to decide and try to understand what they do want. The Devil card is like they're in this kind of mental storm of trying to figure out what they want from relationships with the Knight of Flowers. The Page of Spears, the Page of Swords, is they're trying to gain clarity around what do I want? What don't I want? I don't know. It doesn't feel like they're cheating necessarily as much as that they're just not sure what they want and they're trying to decide, what's next. And they just needed to step away to have time to think and be away from have distance. It's almost like they're like, well, if I don't contact you, what am I feeling? How are you responding? It's kind of like this pocket to be able to figure things out, but also to see what's going on with you in a way. But I feel like this is more an internal thing for them than an external thing towards you. What's your current energy? Yeah, we got the Death card. So I feel like haven't we been talking about this? Feels like we've been knowing that you've been wanting to end this and you've been wanting not to be with them and that you're ready to be free so that you can find yourself and find someone that's more compatible energetically, right? I just feel like this is the kind of energy that's been happening. And it's time. It's like we've been waiting for them to make a decision, them to decide what's going to happen between us or not. And there's this energy about you don't, you are the ruler of your life. You get to decide, what is it that you want? What are we fearing? What's keeping us in this kind of toxic, in a way, unhealthy cycle with with this individual? And it's time for me to decide what I want, not have what I want depend on if they want me or not. It's like, let me find out, what is it that I really want? And what am I learning about myself through all this? Because they're a mirror, right? They're showing us what we want to see about ourselves, and their opinion of us, it has to do with how they feel about themselves, because we don't see the world, right, as it is. We see the world as we are based on our conditioning, my own self-love, whatever's been going on inside of me, that determines my whole perception of everyone in the world. I can wake up in a grumpy mood. Everyone is not, doing well in that book. If I wake up in a happy, happy, joyful mood, everyone's is much greater than they were yesterday, right? So that's the fickleness of when we look to define our worth by other people. It's all over the place because people are unstable, then our self-worth is unstable. That's why we go inward and upward to become stable as we attach our worth to the eternal, unconditional love, and then we find out we're priceless. I have a solid foundation of my worth. What people say or don't say, do or don't do, doesn't change my worth. Unless I wanna pretend it does, but it doesn't in reality. But if my story goes, "Oh, that means I'm less," I'm gonna feel less until I realize, "Okay, you done feeling like a victim of life?" That, "Oh, this is I'm less than." It's like, "Okay, I'm tired of that. Let's step back into my power and remember I'm a powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, eternally and unconditionally loved by an unlimited host of beings of unconditional love and light." If the king and the queen of the, you know, the kingdom love me unconditionally, think I'm the bomb diggity, what do I care about anyone else, right? So hopefully that helps, Yoti. That's what they have for you. Hang in there. All right. You're welcome, Livier. All right, Jazz, you're up. 352, 31, maybe. Let's try that again. There we go. So, Jazz, here is your timestamp. So, how is today's function going to go for you? Suddenly, a few hours back, I was thrust into a position of leadership for tomorrow's event at the workplace. How wonderful for you. Well, they must have trusted you to thrust you into that. Or they need a scapegoat. No, that's not true. They do trust you. So let's take a look here. How is the function going to go for you today? All right. So got these three, maybe if I can get them to separate here. So you got the King of Brooms, King of Wands. I like that. That's that leadership energy that is there. So boom, boom, boom. You've got the Star. I love it. Dream come true energy. Rock star. And when you got the Star again, you can't make this up. So first of all, there's two decks, right? I've got the Wizard of Oz and the Wicked Tarot, right? Combine them all together, separated them into three different decks. It's three different, so it's two decks separated into three. And what are the chances that these two come out right with each other? You got the Star, and the King of Brooms, the King of Wands, which is, again, this is like the Star card, which it's like your higher self. It's like you shine bright, you stand up, you're like this fire. So I like this. It's like you're a rock star. It turns out very well. You're the one in charge of your energy too. So, focus on gratitude as much as you can. Connect to your higher self and go, we got this. And the more you focus in on that energy, then it just the brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter star you become. You're a twinkling star in the dark night sky. So you really shine bright through this. So I love this. And they knew it. They knew it when they said, "Hey, we need someone to step in to do this, and we know you can do it." So I love that for you. So that's what they have for you, Jazz. So many blessings to you. Hey, Deb, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. So I have 2 free readings left. We got Explainer Life and Langland. I'll return back to you guys, but I'm gonna step over to Deb. Thank you for your donation. I appreciate that. And your timestamp is 3:55:25. So there is your timestamp. I'll give your donation a love and a like here. Are you keeping me up? It's only 9 o'clock here, Deb. Am I keeping you up? You're on the other side. You're 2 hours ahead of me. Am I it'd be more the reverse, right? Alright, let's take a look here. So we'd like an oracle message from whoever your spirit posse wants to come through. Alright, you know, let's see, I feel like I'm being drawn here. Yeah, because they were telling me this earlier today. They're like, because I had these out. I haven't used these yet in a reading. And we've got this animal guide rune cards. And I had a feeling I was gonna use them tonight. So let's take a look. Let's see what we have here, Deb. You had another really long day, but we went out for Chinese. Oh, Tab's birthday tomorrow. Oh, I love that. Let's take a look here. So let's see here. What do we have here for you? Are you going to get a hawk? I don't even know if there's a hawk in here. This is a fairly newer deck. So, all right, here we go. So let's see what it comes in here. Hey, Krabby Kaka. What a great name. Oh, like a machine. I like that. Interesting that you got the bat and you got Nathes, which is solitude, sadness, grief. Interesting. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. Let's see what comes in here. Oh, it corresponds to the Hermit card and the 9 and 10 of Swords in Tarot, the planet Saturn and Capricorn energy. How fun is this? All right, so let's take a look here. So it says, as night has fallen, a tiny creature awakens. One may think it is composed of shadows, stretched between brittle bones. Lonely thing clinging to the moon in the hope for a little warmth. Yet the silver globe, the new moon energy, right, is just a dead rock, imperturbable and unable to offer any comfort. The reflected light is freezing cold, mere mockery of the sun. Interesting. I don't think we need to read the lore. So the message is Noth is assumed to be a negative rune. It personifies loneliness, suffering, and a sense of incomprehension. We're reluctant to see it among other runes, but it is it is a symbol of suspension, limitations, and adversities which appear on our path to overcome. Um, so it has like person, place, time, relationships, career, health, and so I want to kind of think. I'm going to intuitively go to the ones for person. So in the description of a person that's appearing on your path, this often tells about someone worried or sad. Could be someone feeling lonely, grieving, unable to cope with rejection, or living in the shadow of others. Can also be a negative person with dark thoughts and a gloomy aura around them. It should come as no surprise when a neurotic or depressed person hides under this rune. This is, of course, not you, but this is like someone across your path here. Oh, I love it that you saw the moon. So I feel like they're just saying here, and I feel like this message that's coming in, it's funny that it's your mom that's coming in and she's going, if someone's being a crappy pants around you, don't feel like you have to fix it. Just let them have let them what is it that used to say? Let them roll around in the quagmire of their despair. They need to. Oh, okay. So they're like, don't feel like you have to fix it, that this is for them, that they need to experience it. So let them do that, right? Um, yeah, wallowing. There you go. Wallowing in the quagmire of their despair. Exactly. And then the place energy, it says places associated with this rune are mostly dark nooks and crannies with very little daylight. These will be eerie locations like old ruins, forgotten cemeteries, and other abandoned areas or buildings. In a slightly more abstract way, this also symbolizes places in our dreams, the unknown or subconscious parts of our mind of which we're not always aware. This, with that Nine of Swords energy coming in here, I feel like they're going to be communicating with you, if they haven't already, with your dreams. Any intense dreams that are almost on like the border of nightmare, they're bringing that in because this is something for you to release. Something, it's not, they want to make sure it's not a premonition dream, that this is a release dream for you to release some responsibility, release some guilt, release some of this judgment you have on yourself. And it's some stuff that's bubbling below the surface. And so they're bringing it through your dreams for this release energy. And that's what this is for. So I like that. I don't feel like we have that. Relationships. Let's see. I don't feel like that has that here. I don't feel like career has it here. I feel like health we'll talk about here. So in health, it represents mental well-being. It can suggest that someone is struggling with states of anxiety and depression, and they can be associated with the mourning period, which is often accompanied by many psychosomatic symptoms. Insomnia, sleepwalking, or other sleep-related troubles may be an issue here, right? Treat the person described by this rune with special care and gentleness. They may need your support. The magical use of this energy, Nathiz, this rune, is an amulet that can help with insomnia problems and more broadly with magic related to dreams. Yeah, so there's something about dream energy here. You can use it to work with your dark side or shadow and to understand the deep roots of your current life problems. So pay real close attention to your dreams because I feel like that's the energy that's coming in here, that they're wanting to come in, and especially your mom's energy is coming in here, um, around letting go of responsibility for other people's choices and um, their mental, choices and emotional choices and life choices, and just come back to you and rest, and to release the guilt, release the guilt, release the guilt. Keeps on coming in. Um, and then I feel like now we're returning to the lore or the story of the Nathas. It says, "Why do people grieve? Anger prepares us for battle, and fear for a necessary flight. But sadness? Question mark. It seems to be not only unpleasant but also pointless. Hedonists like Aristippus of Cyrene, I probably missed his name, went as far as numbing themselves with bodily pleasures in order to not feel it. Yet, it is still impossible for us to live without any darker moments, unless we live so carefully that we do not live at all. To mourn is to know what is important and what to avoid. In solitude, we can find our own voice. As the Anglo Saxon rune poem informs us, which is, need is oppressive to the heart, but she turns for the children of men into both the help and salvation if they pay heed to it betimes, whatever that means in that language. Says night may bring clarity, yet usually we are afraid of what it offers. It is undeniably horrible to think that something may attack us from the shadows, but even more so if the strike comes from within. As we know from Sigmund Freud, the subconscious is full of inner demons just waiting to be evoked. Bats were always creatures with similar characteristics. These supposedly bloodthirsty nocturnal mammals are protoplasts of vampires, the undead whom humankind once dreaded becoming. Yeah, now everyone likes, I want to be a vampire, like the newer vampires, right? Anyway, a vampire is the hollow husk of a person who needs to suck the life out of others to thrive. At the same time, it is cursed with immortality, a profound aberration of natural order. Of course, such creatures most probably do not exist, yet the human imagination that brought them into existence instinctively knows how unhappy and desperate they would be. Endless life without purpose can easily turn into torture. Depression is the closest we get to this state in real life. Even without such dramatic experiences, it's not uncommon to hear someone really negative called an energy vampire. Vampire is also a name of a certain species of bat from the Desmodontae subfamily. I probably totally mispronounced that too. Their very diet brings to mind monsters straight from fantasy books. They cut open the skin of animals sleeping at night, usually cattle, and siphon their blood. Of course, all living creatures, except those that are able to produce food by themselves from light energy, like plants, live in some sense at the expense of another life. Most bats, however, do not feed on blood, but many people still have negative opinions about them. Bats' lifestyle could have contributed to it. They spend a large part of the year in hibernation in dark, musty caves. What is more, they live against the natural order, hanging down instead of standing upright, being active at night rather than during daytime. Some people are similar. They don't want to bend to rules created by others, and they seek independence and solitude. Maybe you are such a person? No. Overall, bats and bat like people probably did not deserve such a bad reputation. They're simply misunderstood. And maybe that is why we've chosen to draw a bat on the illustration to this rune. Wow. I feel like you said, you immediately thought of this lady tomorrow. Maybe this is that energy, right? Maybe this is kind of like this, to understand that they're just a bat. They're different, and maybe they have like a bad reputation, but we don't know why, what their nature is, why they do what they do. There's a story behind it. And so, consider that. All right, let's see here. Thank you. Because of the size of your donation, you do get a shaman's dream oracle for your fortune cookie too. And you got the bat. No, I'm just kidding. You got Moon Maiden, though, the full moon this time. So you had the new moon. Now you have the full moon. And it's Moon Maiden, new beginnings. Here comes a new beginning for someone, right? Uh-oh. So the Moon Maiden arrives to offer you a new beginning, a new face and facet of yourself that is aching to be shown to the world. Those qualities that you have been quietly cultivating are ready for the limelight. The secrecy was important, for it protected your new face and kept what was precious close to your heart. But now it is time to come forward in full splendor. Announce the new you to yourself first. Reveal it slowly to the world, like the waxing moon. Allow others to be surprised by how mature and grown up this side of you is. Now it's time to set yourself free. I like that. That's what the message of that one was. Don't feel responsible for anyone else's choices, anything else that was going on there, right? And in this release of this guilt, right? The moon maiden belongs only to herself, and she is summoning the parts of you that challenge convention, that refuse to be intimidated, and that cannot be tamed or put inside a golden cage. The moon maiden invites you to shine with your own light, to have radiant curiosity, and to ask anyone who offers you a mouthful of dogma, why do you believe this is so? Question everything others assume is a given, and do not collude with the drama around you. Become an unpredictable being, yet an eminently reliable friend. The moon maiden invites you to answer only to yourself and reminds you that you are not anyone's property. Boom. Be true to your soul's calling, even as some around you in a relationship or a job want to capture your light inside a bottle. You know how to rise to the occasion, just as unfailingly as the moon does. When the time comes, you return to darkness and become enshrouded in mystery until you're ready to return. Wow. I love that. So beautiful energy for you there, Deb. So many blessings to you. I like this. I feel like this is, it came in going, it's okay to allow darkness. You don't have to make other people's darkness light. Sometimes people need darkness, right? So I feel like, you know, allowing people to have and act and react whatever way they want, and then you get to just pay attention to you is this energy. Kind of hermit, it's like I'm over here, let them do their thing. That's not your responsibility to make it all right for anyone. You can only make it all right for you. So I like that. So boom, boom, boom. There you go. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. And he'll tap happy birthday. All right. And then we have L42114N. Hey, you're new here. Welcome, welcome. Absolutely. We'll add you onto the free list here. Got you here. And we got Sean G in the house. Hey, Sean. Thank you for I see your donation. Came through the Zcash app, I think. Come on, there it is. Yep. So we got it there. So thank you for that. I'll add you onto the donation. You'll be up next because I had no other donations. So you'll be up after that. You'll be up next. And I think we saw here. Yes, Krabby Kaka. I will get you onto the free list here as well. Yeah, feeling some strong energies, right? I get it. So where we're at here, so we got Sean G up next for the donation, and then I've just got a handful of less than a handful. I've got Explainer Life will be up next for the free reading, and then Langland, and then L421, and then Krabby Kaka. You'll be up after that. So that's where we're at. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you guys for your patience in getting to your readings. Always grateful. Let me take a quick sip here. All right, and we'll jump in here. So, hey, Debbie, good to see you. Hello, hello. All right, welcome. Thank you for giving it a like. Thank you for reminding me too. Thank you, everyone, for that. Gives you the little thumbs up. It does help spread the love on the channel. You're part of the love tsunami. It's something you could do to show me or my channel some love. So thank you for that. Totally free to do, which is a great price, right? All right. So Sean G, you're up 4:15:06. So Sean, here is your time stamp. Thank you again for your donation. And you like guidance for the week. So guidance for the week. We got these two, these two, these two, these two, ending in that one. All right. What is this? 2x2. Hop, hop, hop. It's like hopscotch. But ending with that one. All right. So the bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Spears, which is the King of Swords in this one here as well. There's this interesting energy. I mean, this is such mental energy because the Knight of Swords rolls over, thinking and the mind and all that. But they're, behind the scenes, they get a second portion of swords too. All the kings do. So they're not just the ruler with the queen over the swords mental energy, they're the master of it. But it's also the master kind of like storyteller. And that is, that I feel like this week is a week for you to really be aware of what story you're putting to things that are unfolding. Because the outside world, of course, is meaningless, meaning it has no meaning till it gets in our noggin, right? And once it gets in here, that's where we create the story. And if we're not consciously creating the story, we're just running on autopilot to whatever's in our subconscious that, oh, this means this. We immediately go, oh, this is the story. Then the emotional soundtrack that's attached to the story starts to play. So we start feeling the emotions that match that story. And then we do the physical actions in reaction to that. And then our energy draws in more of that story. So I feel like the underlying energy for the week is mind your story, woman. No, consciously choose your story for the week. Consciously choose what story am I putting to what's happening, and even put reminders on or vibrating alarms on your phone to draw back. What it's story time. What's the story that I'm putting forward, and if I don't like the story that's playing in the moment, then let me change the story because that's our power, right? So I like that. All right. So your first two cards, you got the Kindred and the Eight of Brooms, the Lover's card and the Eight of Brooms. So there is a lot of passion that's flowing in here, or a lot of energy. It doesn't have to be like fun passion. This can be like heated energy between you and a relationship that's important in your life. But I do feel like there's a lot of Aries energy going on, by the way. So a lot of fire, a lot of opportunity for us to, if we're not watching our energy, we can people can fly off the hook and we can have arguments. And there's a lot of they have so much Aries energy right now. It's like you can either use it to, this big, huge, wow, or, um, um, in a positive way, or we can bring in a lot of conflict, as well. So be aware of that. Be aware of your emotional choices too, which it makes sense. It's the story, the emotional choice, right? You do have the Nine of Swords and the Knight of Spears. So, the Nine of Swords and the Nine and the Knight of Swords. So this is about nightmare and insomnia energy, but it's about a lot of expectations. Going back to the spears again, they're saying you have such a wonderful opportunity this week with that Knight of Swords to see things from a different perspective, a higher perspective, cut away some old expectations, thoughts, and beliefs and mindsets. A great opportunity to change the story from a nightmare into an exciting dream instead, right? You might even have nightmares or intense dreams this week, but they're not meant to try to scare you and they're not bad. It's it's like your heart is trying to get your attention, and they know if that was just a regular dream, you'd probably forget and go, "I think I dreamt last night." But if you dream like a giant worm was eating a city, you'd wake up going, "What the heck was that?" Because it's so intense, you'd remember it when you woke up. And that's why you're having this, because they're bringing some stuff forward for you to change some stories, to change some long-held, thoughts and beliefs. You also have the Page of Brooms, the Page of Wands, and the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles. Feel like here there is a lot of, energy here. This Page of Brooms, again, this is that fire. It's important for you this week to care for you, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurture yourself. Make sure you're drinking water, you're eating, good, healthy things for yourself, getting enough rest and sleep, having fun and enjoyment, not just working like a dog, but having fun and enjoying yourself too. Nurture yourself. Um, because in doing that, that energy helps you stay in a higher vibration, which draws in things to be abundant for. But if we have, this energy that's on, lack energy or the lower vibration, then, that just brings in that conflict. Like I said, there's a lot of opportunity, to have all of that, coming in. So I like that so far. We got a couple more. Hey, Hugo. No, it's not a recording. I'm still live. And it is donations do get priority, which is what I'm on. And we have one more after that. If you want to be after that, you can make a donation. Otherwise, I'll put you on the list for the free readings if you put your question out there. And it's first come, first serve for that. You got like 4 people ahead of you on that. All right. All right. And then you have here, you've got the 10 of Cups, the 10 of Flowers. Here's joy, 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 and celebration. And again, Empress. Here you always usually get you the Empress most times, right? Empress or the High Priestess. So we've got this joy and celebration. And again, they're re-emphasizing here about nurturing yourself, but have fun, have joy, celebrate, have a lot, do joyful things. Um, because, when you're expressing and creating from a place of joy, wow, right? That's what brings things in. When we're creating from a place of like, from a place of obligation or expectation, it's like, because it's all about trying to get up to 0, right? And so, you know, it's gonna be a good week. I like this. So yeah, joy, joy, joy. And you know, allow that story to be one of joy and higher vibration. You just like, wow. So be aware of that, because I feel like there's a lot of fire energy out there. Don't let other people's poopiness impact your joy. Yeah. You are magical. You got the Magician, which says you have everything within you to make your dreams come true, right? You have this, amazing abilities, and remember why you're here. It's kind of like that, remember your why, because the Magician usually has like one arm towards the heavens and one hand to the ground. We're the conduit bringing that, beautiful um, energy from above down into the world. How are you expressing that love to the world? Remember why you're here. And I love that. I love that for you. Let's switch your fortune cookie brings in here too. You to get a little wisdom within here. All right. So there's 2 cards. I was like, come on. So this one is, I am and always will be enough. In fact, you're more than enough. I am I am and always will be enough. And then you can search the entire world to find someone to love, but there's no one more worthy of that love than yourself. Wow. Booyah. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Sean. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate that. All right. And then Stormborn. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list. You should be up next here. Oops. There we go. And oh, Krabby Kaka, you like it. Totally positive energy right here. And you're part of that. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. Marissa. Yeah, you can ask a free question. Is that your free question that you be asking? I'll get you on there. All right. So, what's the difference between a free reading and the paid reading? So, a paid reading you pay for, and a free reading is free. No, I'm just kidding. So, if you donate, you get prioritized. It's for donations, it's first come first serve on donations too. So I do them in order as they come in. But they get prioritized over free readings. I step out of free readings to complete them. And we dive deeper, we pull more cards. Free readings are generally 1 to 2 card reading, more we don't dive as deep into things. Um, so they're shorter and not as deep. And you have to wait and get in line for those. So hopefully that helps. All right, let me take another sip here. You're very welcome. And how to make a donation and all that is down in the description area of the video if you're interested in doing that. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. You're not in any position yet. But if you make a donation, you'll be up next after Stormborn. If you ask a free question, then you'll be 6th in free readings as of right now. All right. So, let's jump in. So Stormborn got 42704 for you. Here is your timestamp, and let's give your donation a love and a like because it lets me. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You want to know what are Jordan's thoughts after our divorce? Let's take a look here. All right. So we got that. We got that. 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 And that. And that. And that. All right. Well, we'll see what's unfolding here. It's like there's this steps down here kind of questions, right? Been over 6 months already, right? Flown by. Yeah, thank you, Shanji, for answering that. Yeah, you just put your question out in the chat here, and then I'll add you to the list here. Yeah. So if you have a specific question, put your specific question. If you just want not to put your business out there or just want a message from spirit, you can ask for a general reading. All right, let's see what we got going on here. So, of course, the bottom of the deck here for you, Stormborn, we got the death card here. So, their thoughts of it is it's the end, it's done, it's over, it's the cutoff, it's I'm never doing that again, kind of energy that's coming in. So um you know, I just feel like, there's this I don't know, I kind of feel like they feel like they're not made up to be in a marriage kind of energy that's, coming in here. So, that's an interesting place that they're coming from, but that's kind of like the underlying energy is they're like, you know, I don't think I'm made for marriage kind of energy, which is interesting. But probably you would agree. Right? So, let's see what else they feel or their thoughts after the divorce here, right? Yeah, right? So it's like, yeah, uh, as you are now, you are not m you're not made for that, right? So we have the 10 of bricks, the 10 of pentacles here, next to the 2 of cups. Yeah, here. So he likes being in a relationship, right? So we've got this, here's the 2 of I mean, the 10 of pentacles, but the 3 of cups, I'm sorry, it's not the 2 of cups, it's the 3 of cups, has to do with this, this energy here of, there's always a third person, like one person's not enough for them, is how they perceive it, right? So, they've got this, this energy of, "I like being in a relationship, but not with just one person." Maybe he needs to try doing the polyamory or whatever. That would be totally that's coming in, his mommy and friends. Well, I feel like this more is, you know, that one person isn't enough for them. But and we've talked about this before too, right? Where it's, when you're not if you don't have self-love and you're thinking that other people need to make me happy and make me feel that love that I'm missing, we're the only ones that can find our happiness. We're the only ones that can find our own, that self-love we're looking for, right? But when we look to the outside world, like, "Oh, they're not enough. They're not enough. They're not enough. They're not enough." And it's like, no, you could have the whole world is not gonna be enough because the only love that's gonna fill us is our self-love. Once we find that, then love on the outside world with someone can feel above and beyond overflowing. But until we find our self-love, it's always gonna fall short, and we're always gonna feel it's not enough because it's not. But until we know that, we'll blame everyone else. "Oh, it must be you, and you, and you, and you, and you," "but not me. This certainly isn't about me," right? So it's interesting that that's there, but let's see what else. We got the 8 of cups, yeah. You look at leaving the bride at the altar and the high priestess, yeah. This is about, walking away from emotions and people that don't serve me, and, um, maybe I'm better off alone, not in a relationship, because relationships just don't work out for them. I feel like that's their history, right? Yeah, and that's their fear, right? So I definitely see that here. We got the Knight of Yellow Bricks, the Knight of Swords, along with the King of Coins. Yeah, and they're on a quest to try to understand things. And this is like their part of their, you know, adventure that comes in here because they're trying to understand their worth. And this is their journey of their worth, and they're seeking clarity of trying to understand who am I and but this makes sense with what when they said, "I won't be enough for you." That has to do with their self-worth, right? And that's why because they don't have a big self-worth, they're not gonna be able to find anything in the outside world until they do. It'll constantly be a mirror reflecting back to them what they see about themselves, right? And then we've got the 8 of bricks, the 8 of pentacles, and the tower card. Yeah. You can trust here too. The tower card is people are removed out of our life on purpose for a purpose. And um, just to create space for someone that's more in alignment with our energy and to clear the pathway for us to move forward, in this direction of um, in something that's more aligned with us. And the Eight of Bricks is a transformation energy. It's like a caterpillar, going into this become a butterfly. And there is this, we're all in transformation, and we can try to realize that, this wasn't an accident. You guys didn't bump into each other when you weren't supposed to, and all the relationship and everything that unfolded was an accident or a mistake. It all happened, you know, for you both. You learning a lot about who you are and your transformation. You've learned a lot. They were a mirror for you, showing what you wanna see about yourself. You're a mirror for them, showing them what they wanna see about themselves. You don't know what you reflected back to them. Most likely, they saw their low self-worth, that they're not enough. That's the story they needed to see, because that's the story that they need to overcome, and whatever, for yours is. You get to reflect on that, and you get to have your own transformation, but it's not a mistake. And once we are able to transform from that, this situation happened to me and this person did this to me, it, and that comes with all that low vibration blah, that we come here to experience. When we're tired of that, then we move into the why did I want this to happen for me? And that's where we step into our power. That's where the transformation comes. But his thoughts after the divorce, he's still in all that, you know, maybe I'm not enough. Maybe I shouldn't be in relationships. Maybe I should just date and not get serious, but they're on their journey to reflect on themselves. And that's theirs. There's nothing you can do with that. That what they chose, whatever, didn't have anything to do with you. What you were feeling, what's going on inside of you is for you, and they're going to learn their lessons too, right? So, hopefully that helps. um And for your fortune cookie, you have what has brought you joy today. So I like that, focusing on what you're grateful for in your today life. And obviously, it sounds like I'm grateful I'm not married to him anymore. That's where it can start, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Stormborn. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So let me see here. I had some more people come in. Let me do some shout outs here. Make sure I have everyone on the list here. So let's see. So I have Marissa. I got to you there. Okay. And then Sean G. I see your free reading here. We'll get you on the list here. Okay. And then we've got BMX, BMX Rider. Hey, will you pass this time? All right, we'll get you on the list here. Oops. Okay. Oh, sorry. I see, Shanji. Here's your question. You were answering before. Now I have you on the free list here. Thank you for helping out there, Sean. I just totally misread that. Okay. Okay. So see, that's posted that again. All right. We got Ankita in the house. Hey, Ankita, I'll get you onto the free list here. Wow, that free list is filled up again really quick. All right. Stoneborn. And then we have all right, and then Softly Me. All right, absolutely. So, for anyone who's coming here, because some people are asking for a reading, all you need to do is you either, if you want to donate, you can get prioritized, and we'll dive deeper in for your reading. Um, for a free reading, all you need to do is put your question out there. And if you don't have a specific question or don't want to put your business out there, you can just ask for a general reading and we'll pull cards. Free readings are just 1 to 2 card readings. Um, and so that's all you have to do, and then I'll get you on the list here. And you only have to do it once. BMX, I do see yours, so you can stop posting it. I think you've posted like 4 times, so you don't need to do it anymore. I see it; it's on the list, so you don't need to do that anymore. I know sometimes on your side you don't see it, um, but I do see it, so you're good. And Okay, what can we see for you? All right. Softly Me will get you on the list here too. All right. So, and then Hugo. Oh, Hugo, I'm sorry. You did ask, would you be able to find love? And let's see here. That was before Ankita, so I'll get you in the right place there. Oh, right. So where we're at, I've got like what almost 10 here. So we got Explain Your Life will be next, then Langland, then L421, then Krabby Kaka, Marissa Smith, BMX Rider, Sean G, Hugo, and Kita, and then Softly Me is where we're at for free readings here. All right. So let me take a sip here and we will dive in to the free reading. So thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. It really helps spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, and it shows me you're grateful for the free readings. And so I'm grateful back. All right. Let's shuffle up here and we will dive in and find out what we got going on here. So, Explainer Life, we're at 4:41:15. And there is your timestamp. So, has his and your relationship ended now? All right. So, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, is it ended here? Yeah, I would say so with the full card, which is the 0 card, which is a new beginning, and the 3 of spears, the 3 of swords, which is the disappointment and heartbreak card. So it does feel like it is over here. But it's an opportunity. This full card is you're ending an old cycle, and there's going to be a new beginning that feels more free, full of possibilities instead of restrictions. And that's the energy of this, is that there is this ending, um, the ending here. Feel like this new beginning that you have allows you're having a little bit of time before the next one comes in, and it's given you this opportunity to kind of question your expectations around, relationships, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the ones you put on yourself, the ones you put on the relationship, the ones you put on the other one. Because the more expectations we have, it sucks the life out of a relationship, because we end up focusing on what's not happening instead of being grateful for what is. It just sucks the life out of a relationship. And it can happen from both sides. You're not being who I want you to be. Well, you're not being who I want you to be. And psh, 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 just zzz, zzz, and then pop, right? So, like my sound effect, but so there is this change of energy here, this change of awareness, that as you look and question that will help this next relationship feel more like an adventure of gratitude rather than in a prison sentence of punishment. Um, so to answer your question, yes, it does feel like it's ended. Um, but you can learn from what happened through it to help you be in a different place. Otherwise, we'll keep doing what we've always done and end up with what we've always gotten. And you're kind of done with that, right? So that's what they have for you, Explainer of Life. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Langland, 4:43:47. Whoops. There we go. There is your timestamp. So your question is, Derek or Ricky, which one is the right choice for me? Which one does God want you to choose between the two? Well, the good news is that God doesn't have a preference. It's like you asking what flavor ice cream. Should I eat the Rocky Road, or should I have I was gonna say the lime sherbet, or sherbet or whatever, right? Um, so there's no right or wrong choice, just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. What we'll do is we'll pull a card for Derek, a card for Ricky, see what energy is around it, because that's the flavor, right? They're like, well, here, this is the taste of this ice cream. Here's the taste of this ice cream. Which one would you prefer to be with? And then you're like, oh, well, this is the one that I would I would be drawn to, right? So let's take a look here. So first of all, we've got Derek and then we've got Ricky. So Derek, you got the Knight of Cans, the Knight of Cups. We got romance, movement of emotion. All right. Well, let's see what this other one is. Maybe this is going to be a fast reading. And then you got the Empress with Ricky, which this is this harvest, this mothering, this nurturing, a lot of emotional energy. So, I mean, there's both of these are there's love opportunities for both here. There's emotional romantic movement with Derek. There is this abundant energy, this mothering, nurturing, full of a lot of emotion below the surface of the Empress energy, birthing. I feel like they want children. Um, and there was something else that you were going to say. Where you guys were going to say about this one? Because it's a major arcana too, it's like big abundance, right? It's fullness, creativity, nurturing, sensuality that comes in with that. So it's like there's not a wrong choice, but, you know, if you want children, you wanna feel like an empress, you wanna feel, you know, um just feels like it's a Ricky brings a mature energy, and it's a because it's a major arcana, it's a big, uh, creation, a big harvest energy. Dark is still movement of love and, it's romance, but, like, between the 2, Ricky has the biggest energy around it. Derek has energy of love around it, but not as, "Wow," like, treated like an empress, you know? So I feel like Ricky would be someone who honors you more and sees you as, not just a queen, you rule over queens. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Langland. That's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have L421. We have 44713 for your timestamp. Here it is. And so thanks for being new here. Thanks for being a new subscriber. So, I do free readings. Obviously, you've been listening, so I think you know by now. Um, so your question is, how will the meet up with D be like? How will it go? He's your ex. All right, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, how will the meet up with them go? Okay, you got these two here. All right. So, you've got here with the 2 of cups is relationship energy and the page of wands. So, there is an energy here. Of course, there's these sparks that kind of come back, right, between them here. And that can kind of bring in this important relationship energy. There's still attraction there, but there is a little message that comes in with this, like, it's an amazing energy with exes because so when we meet someone new, we have no expectations of them, right? And they give us this and we're like, "Wow." And then we get to know them more and our expectations rise and, we start dating, we have more expectations that kick in. We start dating exclusively, then, there's like, "Oh, wow, why did they change? Why did they become less?" And then we have fights and whatever, right? And then we're like, "It's over," and we're separated, right? We meet them again, no expectations. Suddenly, wow, look at they're amazing again. And that's why hooking back up with an ex is like, wow, there's no expectations. We think, oh, wow, it's this again. But as soon as we reenact, like, relationship, it's like, oh, we went back into it again. So if I haven't changed, if they haven't changed, even though there's this attraction, this passion, we're just going to keep doing what we've always done, get what we've always gotten. But if we haven't made changes, then why? Well, I mean, and there's no wrong choice. We can do it again. I learned a lot the hard way, repeating the cycle over and over again. We're not alone in that and in doing that, but it's good going in with our eyes open, going, "Oops, I did it again." But so there is this passion, this energy. If you haven't made significant changes with your self-love and your self-worth and they haven't either, you know, and if they're wanting to get back together and you're not sure, you can always say, "Well, you're not just coming back in the door. We need to," especially if they say, "I've changed," then, um, say, "Don't tell me, show me." And you're not just coming back in the door. You need to date me for 3 months and show me you've changed. 3 months! See, you haven't changed, have you? Alright. Hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. You're welcome, Langland. So it seems like you probably would be more happy with, um, Ricky, right? Based on that? Yeah. Right. Exactly. Exactly. L421. I think I talked all about X being X's in there, right? All right. So, Krabby Kaka, you were up 45107. So here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. So, Krabby Kaka, hello, hello. You'd like to know about this guy you've been seeing for a couple months. No tags, though. Could you maybe channel what the potential outcome of this connection? Sure, we can take a leg here. Let's go. I know, right? All right. So, based on current energies, of course, the future all depends on moment by moment choices. So, based on the current energy, kind of the trajectory of where your guys are heading is the following. Nope, not those. They do want this one and this one. All right. So it feels here, you've got the page of brooms, which is the page of wands. That's a fire action, more passion, energetic attraction, physical attraction. So there is kind of like it gets hotter and more heat in it. And then the hanged man, the hanged one here, it's a little bit of uh kind of like a pausing energy, a clarity coming in, and kind of like all the fire it goes, and then it kind of slows down, which is what happens with, our first passions. Then there's more clarity that comes in. It's not a negative thing. It feels as if you see things from a different perspective. You see them a little differently. And it really is Neptune Pisces energy in a way. So you get into the emotions, you get into it's like clarity around the fantasy, suddenly it's like, "Oh, okay. Oh, I've snapped out of this," and I'm seeing reality a little more, which it doesn't show here that it goes, but it is kind of this, "Is this what I want?" And there's a little bit of reflection energy that comes in with this here. I feel like the guy, they're like, "Oh, passion's good," but you're like, "Is this what I want? I want, is this enough, and are they able to give it to me? Or have I kind of fallen for the possibilities of who they could be, but they're showing me who they are, and they're not showing me that they're that?" And it's like, I either can choose to, realize that this is what I would be with, um, and not that. And is that okay? Is that enough? And if you're like, "Nope," then you get to, say, "Are you gonna be able to do this?" And if they're like, I think I could," you're like, then you hit the little,
No, no, no. 1,000 times no.
it's my no button. You're like, "Nope." But I feel like you will have clarity that comes in, later, right? And so you'll start to see they're gonna continue to show you who they are, and believe them when they show you who they are. And then you can decide, "This has been fun. I've really learned," if you've ever read Mel Robbins' book, The Let Them Theory, it's a great book because they're in it. It talks about, she says, which is what they're bringing back to me right now. We date not to find the one, but to find out more about ourselves, about what we want and what we don't want. That's what came through here. Okay. I'm learning. I'm growing through this. So hopefully that helps, Krabby Kaka. That's what they have for you. I love your screen name. All right. So many blessings to you. And then Marissa Smith, you're up 455.23. Thank you for your donation earlier. And here is your timestamp for your free reading. And so you just applied for another place. It's a 2-bedroom house. Will you get this one? All right. Based on current energies. Got this and this. Whoops. And we've got the 7 of Flowers, the World card. So I like this. The World card is a victory card. It's the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. I feel like you're going to have mixed feelings around this with the 7 of Cups, but I feel like this is okay, right? I don't feel like this is going to be like the place I'm going to live at forever energy, right? But I feel like you do get approved for this one. And this was what, you're ending the cycle of looking for somewhere new and it's a victory. So you begin a new adventure. But um, it's like there's a lot of good things about it. There's some things that you're like, man, I'm not crazy about it, but it's good for now. It's a good standing point. It allows me a place to build, and then I can really look around and take my time and not feel pressure, right, of trying to get something. So it really looks really positive there. So that's what they have for you, Marissa. So many blessings to you. All right. And then BMX Rider 45706. Here we go. Here's your timestamp. And will you pass this time? All right. Based on current energies, let's see what Spirit says here for you. Yeah, I feel here the great possibilities too. You have the strength card, the Leo energy, bullying forward, the courage, the stepping forward. It's a victory flow energy, so it's a positive outcome. The hanged man, the hanged one here, this energy is about pausing, see things from a different perspective. So what will help you make it an easier and a more successful passing of this is to go in as much in gratitude and higher vibration, joy, laughter, unconditional love, energy, not in fear, oh God, and not in need and lack energy. Like, I need this, I must. What if I don't? Because that's the energy that sends us into fight or flight mode. It takes us out of our brain, our intelligent, loving, compassionate side, the one that knows all the information, the one that has the skill. Then we're a 2-year-old with a pet hissing cat instead, and they don't do well. They don't know a whole lot. They're very reactive. So I like this energy of, look at it from a different perspective, a higher perspective, go into it, knowing that whether you pass or fail, you're going to be fine. You don't have to have fear around it, any lack energy around it going, I'm going to study, or I'm going to practice or whatever it's for. I'm going to do it. And to my best of my ability, and what's meant for me won't pass me by. And if you go in with that, you got this great victory energy that comes in with that strength card. So I like that for you, BMX. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. Right. And then Sean G, you're up 459.19. Thank you again for your donation earlier. Here's your timestamp. So you're starting a new workout regimen. All right. Cheers to you. All right. So based on current energies, will it work out well, and will you be happy with the results? All right. Let's take a look here. Yeah, well, you got the Ace of Cups, with the Ace of Flowers, which is happy, happy, joy, joy energy. And then the Four of Brooms, the Four of Wands, which is joy, joy, celebration energy. So it does feel like it flows very well. Um, and you're happy about the results and all this. They bring up the Ace of Cups, you know, and it's important. It's a great reminder for us when we talk about our bodies. The Ace of Cups is about self-love and, you know, it's about detaching the results to our worth, right? That, yeah, my intention is I'm going to do this, like, uh, you know, going to begin this and I'm going to do it because I love my body and I want to be healthy and I want to look a certain way, but it doesn't define me, right? And it's separating that's important with this energy here because if we're doing it with want, with the need, with that attached to our worth, it pushes results further away. When I'm going about it with joy and because I love my body and I love myself and it's not for, valuing who I am, then those results just flow in, right? I love that. I'm so proud of you. I haven't worked out in 2 weeks because I hurt my back, and then my elbow was hurting, and then my shoulder was hurting, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, what" I feel like an old man, but I feel like it's, the weather and the change and all this. So, tomorrow is when I'm gonna start inching back myself, but, it's that loving oneself and doing for our bodies, right? So, I love it, right? So, have fun, Sean. I love it. So, um, very good. So, Hugo, you are up. So 50159 is coming in. We got this. We're already perfect. We're just enjoying the journey of blood, sweat, and tears. So, Hugo, you want to know, based on your current energies, are you going to be able to find love? What does Spirit say? Oh, right. There we go. Yeah, I feel like you will be able to. You've got the, 9 of um, bricks here, the 9 of pentacles is kind of a hermity energy. And I know in the beginning it's like, what? But there is this, energy of like stepping away from, kind of like being in solitary confinement, it might feel like, right? So it's being alone for a while, but it's been so that you can like let go of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve anymore, even purging things out of your physical life that don't serve you anymore. Because it's like they're saying you have to put the action in to make space within your life for love. Love is out there for you. It's in your path with this energy that I'm getting here, and it'll come in out of nowhere. But there is this, what are my mindsets that are keeping love from coming to me, and what old emotions are, keeping love to come to me, and in the energies. I have a great podcast series called The Easier Path. The link is down in the description area of the video, or if you go to my main page at the top, and it talks a lot about, how we can, remove the obstacles that are standing in between us and having, love come our way, or jobs or money or anything. And it's a free series if you want to check into it. But there is this energy. It's like you're in a lone period right now to put energy into, basically raising your self-love, raising your self-worth, removing obstacles out of the way to allow it to come towards you. But it's happening, this kind of pocketed away energy is happening for you to give you the opportunity to do that. So if you're interested, just check out that the links for that. It's all a free podcast. So but Spirit provides a lot of tools and to help with that. So That's what they have for you now, Hugo. So many blessings to you. Let's see here. Oh, the healing word. Hey, Patty. Good to see you. It's been a minute, right? Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. And then we have Ankita 50505. Look at that. Mm. The number of change. It's time. It's time to move it. So is your boyfriend Abhishek involved with other girls? Let's see here. Got this one. Anything else here? Do we just need one card? Nope, I need a clarifier for that. Okay. Get the page of yellow bricks, which is the page of swords, and the 8 strength card, the Leo energy. And this Leo energy is being seen, wanting to be seen, wanting to be desired. And the page of swords is that they are chatting with people. I don't feel like they're involved with anyone, but they're talking and chatting with people. But they haven't, you know, what is it when you have a marriage and you haven't he hasn't consummated any relationships with anyone. So only talk. But they're in this fire Leo, look at me, see me, lower expression energy. And so people are talking to them and they're talking back to them, but no involvement yet. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Softly Me, you're up 50705. So Softly Me, here is this. Boom, boom, boom. So what can we see for you? What does Spirit want you to know here? All right. Boom, boom. Cards are flying out. So, well, you do have a new opportunity that is coming up here for you. So it feels like here you've had or will have a little bit of a disappointment with the 3 of the yellow bricks. It's the 3 of swords, which is it's like the heartbreak or disappointment. Expectations equal disappointment kind of card. But this did happen for you because you got the 3, also the 3 of brooms, which is the 3 of wands in the regular tarot, with an ace of bricks, which is the ace of pentacles, which is a new opportunity. Now, the 3 of wands is with new information, with new experiences, you realize this isn't the direction I want to go. I want to go this direction. You are choosing directions. And because you're whatever this disappointment is that made you go, that's not what I want. I want to go this, that there's a new opportunity that comes in, a new, I don't know if this is a relationship situation or a job or something, but it's a new opportunity comes in because of that. An opportunity you wouldn't see or have been able to experience had you not had this disappointment. So it happened for you. And I know when we're having a disappointment or a heartbreak or whatever, we're like, oh, how is this for me? But when this new opportunity comes in, you're like, oh, wow, I now see why this was for me. Right. So there's this great clarity that comes in here. And I like this for you. So that's what they got. Oh, it is a relationship situation? Okay, yeah. So, it's a good awareness, It's like, if this doesn't work out, thank you, Thank you for showing me who someone was or that they showed me who they were now, rather than investing way, 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 way down the line. And it's like, thank you. What a favor. Bless you, So I like that for you. You're very welcome. Many, many blessings. All right. Well, I think that is all of my donations, and I do believe I've completed all of the readings. So, Patty, if you want a reading, the elevator doors are starting to close. So, jump in. Oh, I'm so glad. In it, uh, y- when we realize that life is for us, it helps, and it helps us get out of our head about, we think other people's choices or actions or non-actions, words or silence mean something about us, but that just means something about them. We get to learn about, you know, what what we feel is for us to look at. They don't make us feel a certain way. It's a mirror for us to show, and we have no idea what they're learning from us, and that's all right. That's none of our business. We could just come back to our own, and we get to grow from it. I have a great podcast. Yeah, in fact, if well, I'm waiting to see if Patty wants a question here. If you haven't got into my giveaway, I do have a giveaway every new moon and full moon for a chance at winning a 30-minute personal recorded reading or one of my energetic hedges. That's the link if you want to get into the drawing. Check that out. I also around every new moon and full moon, I do put out a video that talks about how to make the most of the new moon wishes and intentions for that specific moon. This was the one from Aries, which was just a couple days ago. We're still in that power of that. And if you want even to dive deeper into how to make the most or make them more powerful new moon wishes and intentions, there's a separate video that dives specifically into that, not around the specific moon's energy of Aries, but all moons. So you can check that. Um, and then I also have a free podcast, comes out every 2 weeks, and here is the, link to the most recent one, which was just yesterday. It's the Empath's Heart Song. So if you have, like, feel a lot of emotions and feel people's emotions, um, it's a great podcast. The next one will be about how to grow your empathic abilities, so I'm excited for that as well. So hey, Softly Me. I only do one free question per person per session. I am back on Wednesday. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday evenings. So if you come back, you can do one free question per session. If you want to make a donation, you can ask as many questions as you want. Make as many donations and ask as many questions. But free, just one per customer per session. I hope you understand. Yeah, no problem here. I've been on for 5 hours, and I am ready to close down this session. So, Patty, if you don't hear from you in a couple seconds here, we'll catch you on the flip side. Oh, thank you so much for understanding. And thank you guys so much for all the thumbs up. I'm so grateful. It does help spread the Zen love. It helps with the algorithms get my videos and my sessions in front of more people. So we're able to get more of the love energy and messages from spirit, messages of love from above to the world. So thank you for being part of the love tsunami. And I'm very grateful. So, I'm gonna go ahead and close down for the evening. I will be back, like I said, on Wednesday through Sundays, so I'll be back then. In the meantime, if you want to purchase a reading, all that information's down in the description box of the video as well. I do offer paid readings, private, deeper readings, and also energetic hedges. All that information's down below, and all the playlists are listed there, or on my main page. If you click on my name there, my main channel page, it's all at the top too. I am going to sleep really well. I've had the windows open all day. It's all nice and fresh air. I'm going to go close the windows now because it's only 50 degrees out. It's not so bad. But until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. Dream well. And we'll see you when we see you. Guys, take care.